What a beautiful day in Founders Point. Yes, hello, it is I've returned. Yes, it is me. S-Band #1 Retribution Paladin in the 2v2 arena. I know, what an honor. Yes, please hold your applause, please. Whoa, relax, Cornelius. Yes, no, yes, it is I, yes, of course, thank you. Hello, everybody. I've returned. I'm back here, like I said, right here in Founders Point, in the another beautiful day in Azeroth, actually. And it's quite simple. I may be the Grand Crusader, the leader of the crusade. I may be the highest rated Retribution Paladin, the #1 in the 2v2 arena right now, but look, for me, it's nothing. It's another walk in the park. What's important to me is just being out here with the common man. You know, I want them to know that, hey, it's okay. I may be, on paper, one of the elite of Azeroth. However, out here, I'm just one of you. I'm just one of you, and really, there's no difference between you, between me, and that's why I come out here to let the little people know that. Hello, yes. Yes, I'll take photographs whenever I loop back around. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Now today, there's going to be so many beautiful homes that we're going to see out here. We're going to check out the exteriors, we'll check out the interiors, we'll check out everything that Azeroth has to offer. Beautiful, beautiful day in Azeroth. It's a beautiful day for midnight. It's a beautiful day for afternoon. It's a beautiful day for evening. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Esfand?
Yeah?
Esfand, here you are. I was looking all over for you. We have a show to run right now. Why are you horsing around?
Well, no, because they got a green screen. I have a green screen like this at home. So it's like, I was like...
Okay. You were
You know,
just
it's like sick.
comfortable. Yeah, it's pretty great, but we gotta go. We have a show to start.
We have like at least like 10 minutes.
No, we don't. It's starting right now.
Now?
Yeah, like now.
Frick. Okay, let's go.
Welcome to Azeroth Interiors. I told you we have a show to run.
Well, I mean, yeah, I get that, but you know, like you see a green screen that big with like that kind of lighting, it's like I can't not, you know what I mean?
You had to play around a little bit.
Yeah,
I
like
get it.
it's
I
cool.
get it.
You know, like this is like a playground for me.
It is. Well, and you know, playgrounds are actually a great word for today because we have some amazing playgrounds that our contestants have built for us. We're going to get all into that in just a little bit. But in case you want to build your own playground, actually Midnight Early Access is releasing in just 2 days.
Just
so
2 days.
That is incredibly soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, Midnight, obviously there's been a lot of talk about Midnight coming up. There's a lot of excitement. Housing is already in the game, but the game's gonna expand even more. There's all new stuff coming. There's gonna be new raids, new dungeons, new areas to explore. It's gonna be wonderful, right? But today's focus is gonna be housing. And we got a big competition. We have some of the finest interior designers, exterior designers in all of Azeroth joining us today. So we're gonna get to go and we're gonna get to take a look at everything. We have judges coming, because that's what judges do. But there's a bunch of different phases
There is.
that have gone through, and today we're finally in that judging phase. So to start off, there was the ideation phase where the homeowners went and they meet with their builders, and you know they came up with everything. They have Pinterest boards that I think we're going to take a look at a little bit later today. And then there's the building process that occurred, and like I mentioned earlier, today we're going to have our live judging and audience voting.
That's right, and we have 8 teams of creators. Most of them are duos, and each of these teams consists out of 1 homeowner, like you already mentioned, and 1 builder. So essentially, 1 person giving that creative drive, saying, I want my own home in Azeroth to look like, you know, a meadow field or something like that. And the other person actually had to execute on that. So hopefully, our builders could live up to the hype.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see. Like I said, we got 8 wonderful teams here. I mean, this is going to be, I think it's going to be pretty cutthroat.
I think so as well. I already heard a little bit of, you know, trash talk. Some teams saying, oh, we're of course going to win. The others don't even need to compete. We'll see about that. But first and foremost, let's tell the people about what they're being judged on, because the house requirements have 4 categories. And the first one is creativity. So trying to be original in what they thought up on their Pinterest boards. And then the second one is the one I already mentioned, in execution. But that's not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you want to also look at like how cohesive the entire process is, from hey, we have this certain vision, let's go ahead and stick to it. Is this thing actually being played out throughout the entire building process? And then, of course, alignment. Like, does this building really represent the spirit of Azeroth? Which, I mean, I don't think that that's going to be something that's going to be a problem for a lot of these guys, because a lot of these guys are tried and true. Like, these guys are people that live and breathe Warcraft.
See, you think that, but as close as people are to Azeroth, sometimes they want to bring something from the outside world in, and with some representations that we have among our roster, I think that was a great challenge that some of them were actually facing. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we want to tell you a little bit more about each of those teams and how they approached this competition, as it has been going on for them quite a couple of days. We want to see, you know, how has their Pinterest board looked like? How have they approached this? So I think let's get started and look at our very first team, the PREACHGAMING team. A very rare approach here with CHUNKEYNINJA actually joining Preach here and becoming the builder for him in his new home in Azeroth.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun one to see. I mean, Preach, obviously, you know, he is a long time, one of the OGs of Warcraft content creation, and then CHUNKEYNINJA coming in. He's the editor, and he's an artist for Peach. He does all kinds of stuff with him. So now it's like, look, you help build on the back end. Well, now time to build up front and, you know, actually build the home for him. So it's gonna be cool to see this one.
I mean, I think we both know Preach quite well as well, and it's no secret to say that Preach definitely was one of the teams that was already calling a win before they had even competed in this tournament.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
So let's take a look at that video from the PREACHGAMING team.
I'm ready, sir. Lay it on me. What the hell have you got planned?
Okay, we are going to be working as a team. Everybody else has to work remotely, which means I want total domination. I'm going to present a concept, and then Chris has to make it happen. We are going to space. What I want to do is build these elements.
That's impressive. I can pin this.
Housing Winner's Vision.
Yes, this is the Housing Winner's Vision.
But there are actually in Koresh Stargates. That is something that does exist, though, and I have got some.
Yeah, this is too much.
What we might want to do in this scenario is actually deliberately make it look 2D. Because
It does look like screens.
you want it to look like a screen. So I think what might be the play there, I mean, that kind of needs to be in the Starbox just to do the Starscape.
Rules
yeah,
are made
so-
to be broken. Oh, wow.
Indeed.
Oh, that looks cool.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
So,
got clouds in it. Oh, it's got a moon in it. Ah.
Yeah. You can sort of interact with the clouds a little bit. So if I go like a little bit higher, they are actually three-dimensional.
This is where you set Chris going. You're seeing PG in action. Here's an idea. Okay, now run with the ball.
If we need lots of these, I'll need gold.
Okay. There's a concept of a plan there.
Well, that's certainly an approach. I love that starry sky that they build out there.
Yeah, it's actually crazy the amount of things you can do in WoW housing. To like, you look at some people's houses and you're like, how, where, like, how did you not only like think of this, but how did you figure out a way to put this in the game? So it's really impressive. That's always what's really fun to see about all the housing stuff coming up. So yeah, we're very excited to see what Preach and Chunky Monkey are going to be able to put together.
Yeah, I think we have their Pinterest board ready as well. So maybe we can take a look together to see all their star inspirations.
Yeah, we'll see it. Let's check out the Pinterest board.
Oh, okay. I think we are going to be getting into an interview with them
Oh, an interview.
instead. So we're going to be hearing from them. Maybe, you know, we can ask about how they plan to win this before they have even seen the competition. Because, of course, I think people were spying a little bit to see what the rest of the
Oh,
teams were
100%.
doing. But it's also hard to kind of gauge as it hasn't been finished yet.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, because you can take a look at their ideas, and I mean, you can see that the ideation process for CHUNKEYNINJA and Preach was very, I mean, they were in it. You know, they're sitting there,
Yeah.
they're planning, they got the board out. So yeah, I mean, even just taking a look at kind of how they were going, the approach that they were going to take, I think that's a big deal for sure.
I love that he said we're the only team that's together physically, because of course all of the other teams had to get together there and you know, try to find those online meetings, whereas the Preach Gaming team of course had that physical aspect where they could, you know, wrestle out some ideas. Maybe let's welcome them on the show. Preach and Chunky Ninja are here. How are you doing, guys? Can you hear us all right? I don't think we can hear them, so maybe we'll try to fix that connection in the next couple of minutes. But in the meantime, I think this was one of the houses that I was kind of thinking about when we were talking about how close those ideas are to Azeroth.
Oh, yeah.
Because of course, World of Warcraft has these gorgeous skyboxes, and there's so much of like the stellar in a lot of the lore.
Yeah, I think, and I think you hit the nail on the head talking about the skyboxes, and that is something that is just from the beginning of Warcraft. There's so many, like every zone has its own very distinct skybox, and it really goes to set the tone of the zone. So I think them going to go with the approach of like, hey, let's put together like kind of the starry like night sky. Like it's a big deal, and it really does set the atmosphere, quite literally, for what you have. In WoW, and like the tone you want to set, the vibe you want to have, and you can really use that to kind of be like, hey, like if you're in Duskwood, Duskwood is going to be like dark and gloomy, and you know, it's cool, right? Like that's kind of what they set. And then you go to an Elwyn Forest, and it's, you know, right. You go to the Barrens, and it's like the sun is beaming down on you. So let's see, can we do we have those guys on the line right now?
I think we do. I think I heard a voice. Let's see if we can call in to Preach Gaming team.
Hello.
Hello.
There they are. Hello. How's it going, guys?
I mean, Makes is stirring a pot here for some reason. Like, I haven't been tossing shade at anybody. What's going on there?
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but your Pinterest board was called Winners POV Pinterest board or something like that.
I mean, you've got to go in motivated, right? You've got to go in with a winner's attitude. That's not like being smug. And also, Esfand, if you say exteriors one more time, I am going to find your house. I'm just telling you right now.
Hey, well, you know,
did
I've
not
known
do
you for almost 10 years. You come over. I don't mind.
Yeah, we'll just have a party and have a good time.
Well, hopefully we'll have that today as well. Guys, a quick question on the contest thus far. What has been the hardest thing for you guys to kind of figure out as you have gone through these phases of house building?
From my side, which was like what we were going to build, it changed a lot as more ideas. And after we did the Pinterest board and we shared with the community what the idea was, more people started going, well, what if you did this? What if you did that? And it was sometimes better than what we had come up with. So we had to rework the whole thing. I think for Chris, it was the housing item limit, which he hit very quickly.
So there's a lot of different challenges that you have to do. One of them, of course, is dealing with Mike's idea in the first place. You know him, so you know what he's like. So it's trying to translate that into the game, make it fit with what we have, the decor limitations, and just trying to solve the challenges as they come up. So it's been a really interesting and engaging sort of challenge to solve.
So
Some sleepless nights.
do you guys see yourselves having a significant advantage due to the IRL connection and being able to not have to deal with the latency of voice going through the tubes when you guys are planning things out, and just being able to get ideas to one another that much faster throughout the process?
I mean, we're in a world where EU and America plays in the race to world first. The latency is not a big deal. I guess the little advantage we had was just a little chit chat in the morning before a stream or something like that. It's like, oh, we could do this, we could do that. Nothing that couldn't be done really via a Discord message, to be honest. So that was it wasn't that big of an advantage. The advantage was time, I think. Chris had more time than probably most of the people do.
For sure.
Yeah, a little bit easier to meet up, sort of. That's wonderful. I'm really excited to see what you guys have built. We, of course, haven't seen it yet either. So best of luck. We're going to hear from you later again. Thank you so much, Preach Gaming team.
See you guys.
Bye.
See you guys.
Well, that will lead us to our next team because that is also a team hailing from EU. We have KAMUICOSPLAY and Mr. GM. And actually, I, feel like we should be addressing her by her proper name, which is, of course, Xal'atath, Your Majesty.
Yes, of course. It is Xal'atath. Xal'atath is joining us today. She's going to be here with Mr. GM, actually. So, no, we're very excited to see what they put together. Now, Kamui, or Xal'atath, she's the homeowner.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. GM this guy is a builder.
Yep.
This guy is like, you want to build a franchise, this is the guy.
I can tell you he's not a chef. I learned that in a cooking contest not too long ago. But I think let's take a look at their intro video and what they're trying to build for us here today.
Well,
At the end of the day.
expect nothing less than something absolutely glorious for me.
All right, this is the Pinterest board that you've created.
I tried to search for something, Draenei elements in it, some eternal stuff.
I like the idea of sort of the floating stuff because you can obviously get the floating books and whatnot.
Oh yes, yes.
This.
Speaking about books, on my list, I need a library. I need a library to study diabolic plans for world domination.
Okay, these are crazy.
Right. Do you see that you have quite some work in front of you? Housing is super fun. When you actually sit down and take your time and already have some items available, it's super duper fun. Okay, I fully trust you, Dan. With my vision, you will do an amazing job. I will be very proud, I know, and we will win it, okay? Okay.
I think we'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong?
But I have to say, I love these images here that Kamui and Mr. GM put together for their Pinterest board. That is a vision.
Oh, 100%. I mean, these guys are, you can see that they have a direction they want to go in. A lot of the purple sort of void look to everything, night, darkness. They got the starry sky, kind of like what we saw earlier. I mean, this is a tall order, I think.
It is, and especially with like how many items you can place and how many items you need to farm to build something like that. I'm a little bit worried about Mr. GM's capacities there in and out of game to get that together, although he is one of the players in WoW that tend to do a lot of completionist stuff, so he probably has a lot of the items. Can he put them together to a vision as grand as Xal'atath's house?
Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, that's some lofty goals, but I think you can do it. And you brought a good point up about having to go and farm all the materials that you need. Because there's a lot of work that goes into this, and that's why they've had, a couple of weeks really to get this. I think they started on the 17th, so a little over a week that they'll have to get to go through, and that they have had, to build everything together. But let's have a word with them and see how they felt about the whole process.
Yeah, let's see if Kamui / Xal'atath and Mr. GM are with us here. Can you hear us, guys?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Greetings, my champions.
Oh, hello, Xal'atath. How are you guys doing? How have you been enjoying the competition?
It's been great.
It's a pleasure to be a part of this amazing community event and see all those competing teams now. And yes, I think Mr. GM did an amazing job in fulfilling my vision of dimension of the void.
Yeah, Mr. GM, did you so how was the how did the process go for you? Like, how did you feel? Obviously Xal'atath is going to have some lofty expectations, lofty goals. Best is the standard as far as she's concerned, and you're here with this tall order. How did you feel whenever you were first tasked with putting this thing together?
It was terrifying. I just saw all these like crazy purple things, and I'm like, oh no, I'm doomed. But I think, I have a lot of the stuff, but I had like one of everything. But so I had to do a bit of farming, and Xal'atath just happened to have like stashes of gold for some reason, so the auction house got raided too. So I think the final product is okay. You know, it's pretty purple. I think that was the goal. You know, we basically rated every single purple item in the decor catalog. So I think that's pretty good. Obviously, we'll see it in a little bit. But yeah, you know what? I think it's okay for the most part. I don't know how Xalatath feels about it, though.
I was going to ask, you keep saying it's okay. Surely someone as grand as Xalatath would not be fine with ruling her world domination from a home base that's just okay. Xalatath, how are we feeling?
Well, you know, I spent quite some gold on my new mansion and wanted to support Mr. GM at least financially and also with my ideas. But I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty confident about this competition. The final house turned out pretty voidy. I got a bathtub so I can, you know, like plan some new evil things for the future of world domination. Yes, in a bathtub. Where else should Xalatath do that? Or in the library. And yeah, it was an amazing experience, and we are super excited to show you the final result.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to be looking forward to seeing the Void home base of Xalatath. I didn't know she was planning her world domination from the bathtub. That's a new thing to me.
Well, I feel like whenever you're a world dominator,
Yeah.
because that's what world
relate to
dominators
that?
do. Oh, absolutely.
Fair.
I think that world domination isn't a part-time job. You know, that is like it's a very full-time, 24/7 type of thing where you eat world domination, you sleep world domination, you bathe world domination. So I'm not really surprised personally. I mean, that's kind of what I expected.
All right. Well, let's see if the next team is what we expected, because we have STEFSANJATI and SOULSOBREEZY here. This is team number 3, and I am really, really excited because this is one of the teams I've seen a lot of social media content of like how they're building this house, and it certainly is one of the houses that speaks a little bit to me on my personal aesthetic preferences. So let's take a look at the video together and see what they've been up to.
I, yours truly, will be your homeowner. Soul will be the builder, so it's his job to hear my vision and bring it to life.
I mean, what kind of house do you want to have?
My vision certainly starts with a very naturalist approach of rocks and plant life.
We sort of envision something that's kind of akin to a tree house of sorts.
Yes.
So what we're going to try and do, we're going to try to create the illusion of hollowing out an entire tree.
Is the idea that it's built inside of a tree, or that there's a tree growing inside of it, or kind of both?
Well, kind of both. So since we're going to work with a couple of stairwell rooms, I'm going to have the middle of it just to be mostly tree.
I don't know how this applies, but
that's pretty.
In post-apocalyptic settings, there's this really overgrown, almost reclamation of nature sort of theme. I like that.
Maybe we can pull off something where once upon a time, this was the ruins of something or other. You have a bit of ruined structures that are built in or fused with the trees or something like that.
I'm glad that we were partnered for this, because I feel like we have similar preferences for vibes and the way that things shape up.
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, look at this Pinterest board. This is gorgeous, and I would instantly move in.
Yeah, I mean, this is phenomenal. I mean, part of me is almost, I'm impressed that they were even able to find stuff like this on Pinterest. I'm like, this is crazy.
Pinterest is a vast place. There's a lot you can find there. The one challenge I see for them a little bit is in all these organic shapes, right? Like all of those ceilings that are a little bit curved and soft, and just all of those organic shapes, which are not necessarily in the housing system as is. So they will need to try and work around it and create them in the rooms, which I'm excited to see how they're going to do that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, this is, you have the vision, you have an idea, then you try and take that idea and put it into paper and just be like, okay, this is kind of what we want it to look like. And there's 2 levels of translation that's happening, right? 'Cause you have something in your head, you have something you find online, then you take that, she sends it to Soul, and it's like, okay, this is kind of what I see in my head. And then he has to take it, and then he has to translate that into the game. And there's so many tools there's so many ways to be able to do that. We've seen crazy things so far in housing. So I mean, I have faith. I think we're gonna see some good stuff today. But
well, let's hear from them because we have them on the call. Steph, Soul, can you hear us all right? Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Good to be here.
Hello. So I was already, glazing a little bit. I really like your Pinterest board. And the question that I mostly had as I was looking at it, and I'll ask you specifically, Soul, is how did you manage to create like organic shapes as Steph was kind of asking for?
Well, it was done with great difficulty, actually. So, trying to execute on a vision like this, I ended up trying to create the sort of concept where I might be kind of sort of inside like a hollowed out tree or something like that. And so I used this whole fusion of trees and rocks to try to create like this very windy, very tight space inside. And then from there, just kind of carve out spaces for ourselves. Like, hey, here's a bedroom. Here's a place to hang out and read books. Here's this little outdoor space that happens to be like outside of the tree. That's going to be a very cool thing that I'm really excited to show you. But that's where I got the idea of just using mostly rocks and trees to help complement the kind of concept we're trying to deliver on.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean that sounds great. I mean we saw a little bit of it. We saw a little bit of it in the video, and just seeing like how you guys wanted to use all the tools and put everything together. I mean even showing it again right here. I mean like we see the throne, and I mean there's just a lot of work. There's a lot of work that goes into all this stuff, and how much you can really do with housing. So yeah, we're excited to see it. We're excited to see what you guys can put together.
So, Steph, I know you just came back from Toronto. That was super exciting from the WoW showcase there. How much time did you have to actually also oversee what Soul was building?
Well, I had to put a lot of trust in Soul, and honestly, it wasn't hard to do that. I had total faith in him, but it was actually our ideation stream, and then we had our building stream, and then I went right from collaborating with Soul right to Toronto and then right back. Like it was hectic, it was wild.
Yeah,
so I wasn't there for the whole process, but I was always in communication and always ready to provide feedback. But I think he did an excellent job. I feel very confident in what he put together.
That's awesome. Well, best of luck, you guys. We're gonna see your house later. We already got some intel now that we're looking forward to. Take care.
Thank
Good
you
luck,
so
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's exciting.
Yeah, we'll see
I mean,
it.
each of these teams have their own IRL struggles. Like Steph, for example, wanting to travel out to the WoW event in Toronto, and then other teams maybe having some issues with the time zone difference, because our next team actually hails from OS. So we have AUSSIANTICS and FIAMMA as team number 4. They're also a team that has been on a very nature-esque scene, which I've been looking forward to. So let's take a look at their video.
We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk to Ozzy. We're going to find out what he wants out of his home.
There's some sweats out here. Let's just say there's some house building sweats. I have not done the housing building before. I'm very excited to experience it.
Like if we can inject a little bit of both of us into it, that'd be awesome. I'm thinking maybe we have little tastes of Australia in every room. Maybe we can figure out a way to make a jar of Vegemite somewhere.
The first thing I looked at was Vegemite. I was like, Vegemite,
Like,
save it to the vintage spot.
It's the Vegemite, right?
It's one of my pride and joys. So if we could have a cool fish tank, I think a whole oceanic theme would be a bit hard, but one room being very like Australia, New Zealand, oceanic kind of vibe would be sick. I think that'd be fun.
Exactly.
The outback is lreally just the Barrens. Like it's just the Barrens.
It's
Let's be
us.
real.
Yeah, we live in the Barrens, and yes, it's just as bad as Barrens chat. Can promise. If there is anything in there that you're like, ooh, stick it on the board.
Hey, there we go. Okay, let's put like I gotta get the Murloc on there. I gotta get the Murloc on there.
Right,
we know
go,
you're not gonna
let's
forget.
go.
Okay. Oh, how have they done that window? Can I like? How do I full screen this? Oh, there we go. That's a cool way they've done the window there. That's kind of nice.
Oh, it's a big responsibility building somebody else's home. Like
I'm interested to see the fish tank now. Just no pressure on that one. I know it's gonna be hard.
I'll talk to you soon. This is so exciting. I can't wait.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
I'm excited to see what they're able to put together. I mean, it's. I mean, you see the Pinterest board, and you can see the nature that you mentioned, and that I don't know what that plateau-looking thing is, but
That's Australia.
that's Australia.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Barrens.
Yep. Well, actually, yes. But we will be in Founders Point for this. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see kind of how that goes. Actually, you're right. Australia kind of is like the Barrens.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm really excited. They were saying they really want to build that aquarium, and you can see it on the Pinterest board here as well. I don't think in any of the community content for housing I've seen an aquarium yet. So that is something I really hope they were able to put into their house, and I'm really excited to see how they've done it and how it looks, because that is certainly a challenge in itself.
Yeah, and they got some. It looks like spider webs. Yeah, it looks like they got some spider webs there.
It's Australia, so.
Yeah, it's very. Yeah, I see that. So you're gonna have a lot of like the dangers of the outback are going to be, I guess, exhibited here in this house. I can't get over it. Do you think?
You're still stuck on the Barrens
I'm stuck on the
thing?
Barrens thing. Like, is that? Do you think Australia copied WoW? Whenever they came up with Outback, do you think?
Now
they
that you
copied
mention
WoW?
it, I think Australia really looked at World of Warcraft and they went, actually,
We need a Barrens.
we need a Barrens, yeah. That's
Yeah.
for sure how it went. Well, let's ask the Australians, because AUSSIANTICS and FIAMMA are here with us. Hello, welcome, guys. What's your statement on that?
On which one, sorry?
The Barrens.
did
We
you guys
stole the Barrens.
steal the
I mean,
Barrens?
everyone knows we're not real. Everyone knows we're not real. It's just a bunch of actors in a studio. So yes, it actually is the inspiration for the Outback was the Barrens. I will be the one to admit it. I'm probably going to annoy some people, but yeah.
Thank you.
Those are the conspiracy assaults.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that solves that. That's great to hear. The lifelong question a lot of people have been asking. So, how do you guys feel about the contest?
I mean, yeah, I'm nervous seeing some of these Pinterest boards. They are incredible. But look, thank you. That was definitely Aussie. Aussie was first and foremost for the Pinterest board.
Well, I wasn't going to be helping too much with the building, not really my forte, so I was the one trying to throw out some things, and I didn't know how much of a curveball the aquarium would be. Hearing you say that you haven't seen one in any of the community builds, that kind of blows my mind. I thought we might be the only fish tank here today, but in any of the builds, that's interesting, and I do think Thea nailed it, so I'm excited to show that off.
I'm so proud of the aquarium.
Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. That's gonna be fun to see. I mean, that's one of the big things is like the way people can be creative using the tools, using the different props that are available to them. Like it's very cool to see. It's very exciting to see that. So yeah, I mean you got an aquarium in the back yourself. So like you have like firsthand experience of what a real aquarium looks like. I mean, you're like an aquarium expert, would you say?
A little bit. I've kind of forced myself to be, it's like I said, it's one of my pride and joys. It's pretty much my main hobby outside of streaming. So yeah, but at the same time, I wasn't then able to unfortunately offer any of that real assistance or guidance to FIAMMA, but she kind of went with it. I left one day, I came back the next, and there was just an aquarium, and it looked beautiful. So
wow.
There you go.
Oh, I'm so excited to see that. FIAMMA, last question for you. How difficult has it been to source those items, to really bring those ideas to life? I know you guys were going for that whole like Aussie theme. Did you already have a lot of those items, or were you on a farming adventure?
Yeah, I mean, as a collector, I had kind of one of everything. So going out and collecting multiples of a lot of things is a little outside my wheelhouse. But no, it was, we tried to focus on making it more of an accessible build. So a lot of the stuff is actually from vendors. There are a couple of spicy pieces from the auction house and crafting, but a lot of it is from just the local vendors in the neighborhood. So it wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be, which is awesome.
Cool. See, I think that's a big part of the competition too, is knowing how to be efficient not only with your time, like you have your ideas, but then also it's like, is it reasonable to be able to get the ideas that we want done in the amount of time that we have? So no, I think that was wise. That sounds like a good strategy that you guys had going forward.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Thank you guys for talking to us, and we're going to be watching your house later. Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, that's so cool. This is like one of the things where I'm really like thinking back at all the different houses I've seen like all over the social media platforms and streams, and I don't think I've seen a fish tank.
Yeah, I can't recall. I think I may have seen. I definitely saw like a diorama of like
I've seen dioramas,
like
yeah,
a
but
winter
like
wonderland,
fish?
but I don't know if I've seen fish.
Water.
Yeah.
How many carpets did we use for that?
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see that one. But hopefully our next team is equally excited to show off their build. Here are DAVYJONES and Sonic, and a little bit of a leak there on their build. They were saying they tried to rebuild the house of basically every Brazilian grandma. They're a Latam team, and so a lot of their inspiration was heavy on that, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a cool thing to bring into the picture is whenever you come in and you say, hey, we come from like a certain community, right? And there's all kinds of different communities within WoW, but like it's very distinct when it's like, yeah, like this is like the Oceanic community or this is the Latin American community. And then you can kind of bring like your own little flavor to it and kind of what you want to do. I think that's cool. And you can see that right here on the Pinterest board where it's like, yeah, you see the different like Latin American sort of kind of vibes, kind of the motif, if you will, kind of bringing that into WoW. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, look at all those different colors, those patterns. That is not an easy task to rebuild. First of all, it needs a lot of items to make, you know, small patterns like that in all those different colors. And then you also need to source those materials. So hopefully Sonic felt up to that task. We're going to hear from both of them. Davy and Sonic, can you hear us all right?
Yes, you can.
Welcome, welcome. So maybe straight to the question, Sonic, how hard has it been to bring the vision of like the grandma house, the typical, you know, homey feeling from Brazil into World of Warcraft?
Well, I have to say that was not an easy quest at all. You visited Brazil recently, right? So you know how some of our houses it is. So the main task from my side was to use all of World of Warcraft have to share with us and give this kind of things a new life, something more related to how a Brazilian player would like to see this on the game. And of course, using my own grandma house as inspiration to understand how I can put everything together and build this.
That is so, so cool. I'm incredibly excited to see how your house has turned out. Now, maybe a question for you, Davy, because you are not that close to WoW. How's it been to kind of dive into the world of Azeroth and see everything that's possible with the housing system?
Yeah, this housing system is absolutely amazing. I didn't know about it. It is new, actually. And it is crazy how much tools we have to make everything. Because Brazil is huge, right? It's a huge country. And we try to do this grandma house thing because we have a lot of peculiar stuff here in Brazil that don't have anywhere else. And not even in Latin America. It's just ours here. And building, being able to do that with all the tools that you provided, it is crazy because Sonic did an amazing job finding this stuff to make it happen, and we are really happy with the final results.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Wait, can I ask in how do you say grandma in Portuguese?
Avó.
Avó?
Avó or vovó?
Yeah, because avó is more like my grandmother, but when I say vovó, it's more, you know, more close to me. Grandma, it's vovó.
Vovó.
Vovó. Okay.
That is so cute.
So avó is like the
grandmother,
formal.
yeah.
It's like the formal, but it's like oh, it's like my granny is like vovó. Okay. Cool.
We say just vó.
Vó.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's if you're cool. That's like if you're cool, it's like you know what I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. That's the cool way of saying it.
We're going to Vó's house. Yeah. I'm excited for it. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, both of you. We're going to be looking at your house later, and we're excited to check that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, you know, a little bit of language practice never hurts.
You know what I love? I love like this is my experience with like my like experience with like Brazilian communities and stuff. They're so like proud of Brazil.
They are. It's
so
amazing.
Fun. It's so fun. Like it's like whenever like anytime something happens and somebody says Brazil, it's like Brazil mentioned in chat. Like it's like exclamation point. Like it's
Come
like
to
it's
Brazil.
cool. Come to Brazil.
Well, I was at CCSP just recently for a while, and no matter who I talked to, people were always very eager to recommend their local cuisine.
Yeah, it's super
like make
cool.
sure I was enjoying my time. It was beautiful, actually. I really enjoyed that.
I love when people are like, yeah, like you know, this is like because it's almost like a team. You know, it's like a sports team or something where it's like, yeah, like this is our team. You know, it's like that's like a very cool like I love that. I love that about Brazil.
Me too.
Yeah.
Somebody that was also recently in Brazil with me there at CCXP is TALIESIN and EVITEL. They're part of our next team. So we have ANNIEFUCHSIA and TALIESIN and EVITEL. This is our only team of 3 because T and E basically count as one person. I'm sure they forgive me for saying that. And they were our builders, and Annie was actually the homeowner, or is the homeowner of that house. Based on everything I've seen, she put a tall order, and that is not an easy task that she put them up to. So let's maybe take a look at their video and see what these 3 have come up with.
So today we are going to be working on Azeroth Interiors.
Well, Taliesin and EVITEL have got this in the bag because I've seen ANNIEFUCHSIA's builds and they're amazing.
Yeah, we're gonna get first place. What you could do then is start with that staircase, so when you're walking in, you're going up, which then allows you to have a basement-like thing for the vampire stuff.
Yeah, you can't even get to it, but you have to go past it. Sort of thing.
Yeah, just for some atmosphere.
Yeah, like very occult.
Modern but wellness house, and then you have this vampire back door. But I think walking through a waterfall to a whole new aesthetic is something that I haven't seen, at least. So the building with the blood moon behind it that you can look through a window, I think that would also be, or like the castle.
Far away and,
yes.
The important part of it is the transition from the house into the.
I think so too. Make it a really unique transition. Yes. Yeah. I think that'll stick out. It'll be like one of the primary sort of attractions of the house.
Well, like I said, a tall challenge there for T&E to have that clean nature theme, and then we go into like the edgy goth vampire.
Like the vampire look, Little.
I love a little Revendreth.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing it. Freaking, that's full send as far as I'm concerned. That's as like vampiric as you can get. Yeah, there's like these look like almost 2 completely separate things.
Yes.
Yeah, when you're looking at the Pinterest board, it's like you have almost 2 completely separate things going on. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they put together. But talking about like the spirit of Azeroth, right? I mean, you go through WoW, and no matter what map you're on, there's always like, you have like a very cohesive world that like builds out, but then like. Let's talk about Classic a little bit, and it's like you go from like.
Of course you would.
I would love to. So you go from like Westfall to Duskwood, right? And it's like there's like that stark contrast, right? You go from Elwyn Forest to Duskwood, and it's like you just cross the river, and it's like boom. So yeah, I think stuff like that is cool. The Barrens and Ashenvale. So it's I think it's cool to kind of see like, hey, it's very much like this in Azeroth, so let's kind of take some of that inspiration and see if we can put it in our house. I think we have them on the line right now.
We do.
Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you, S fans.
Hey guys.
Yeah, good to see you guys or hear you guys. So how do you guys?
Yeah, good to be here.
How do you guys feel so far about the competition? Like, do you guys think you're gonna win? Do you guys think you guys are set, ready to go?
Dude, I feel wretched. Are you kidding? Like, I made the mistake of going on to like other people's streams and seeing what they were doing, and just never do that. That's a terrible thing to do when you're working on your own house. And they're all like, "Oh yeah, we're kind of like, oh, that thing Tally's working on? We're doing it, but better." And it's like, "Oh, okay, great. I look forward to that. Can't wait to see it."
Yeah.
I think basically we're counting on like a huge internet outage across Europe. That's the only way we can possibly win.
I'm not sure that's a good thing to count on. So let me take it back to the idea of this, Annie, because it comes a little bit back to you as the homeowner. Why are we going for like this stark contrast? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so initially I was thinking of making a house which is for me. So I went from being a streamer. So I was imagining a house where we have a streaming room. Yeah, so I thought maybe only being a streamer would be boring. So I need to add something different in the background. And sometimes people joke about me being a vampire. So I was like, okay, how about I pretend I'm living this life where I actually am a vampire, but people don't know. So it's a hidden part of the house. So that's where that started. And then we wanted to build on the influence part a little bit more. And we decided that it might be a bit more interesting to go from, instead of like a gaming room, which maybe a lot of people have done as well, we wanted to try to think of like imagine an Instagram influencer, like an influencer life, maybe a wellness influencer, to go for that type of aesthetic, because that's a bigger contrast, like a more stark contrast. You know, you go from wellness, you go from green and light colors, bright colors, straight into the darkness of the vampire. So that's kind of how the whole thought process went. I would say I think that's a much more interesting contrast than from like a streamer room to a vampire. So yeah, and honestly, I think Talie's he's selling himself short. I think from what because I saved myself from not seeing the final result of everything, so I haven't
Ooh,
seen how it
exciting.
looks now. Yeah, but I did see the building process, and it's good. I like it. I like what I saw.
It was really fun exploring the dark side of ANNIEFUCHSIA and what we imagined, like the inmost like depths of her psyche might be.
Exactly. We really got to get into her head. And while we had, I guess, a kind of benefit in that there's two of us, T and E, here in one place, that was cool. We each kind of took the helm of one part of the builds.
Oh yeah, that was perfect too.
Yeah, that worked out. But at the same time, it meant that only one of us could be working at a time, which meant we literally did nothing else for the last week.
Yeah, like it's been fun.
I mean, we all know you guys play plenty of WoW anyway, so I don't think that was that much of a change for y'all. I did see a very cool thing on social media in the treadmill that you guys built, but we're going to keep that for chat to see later on, just so you've heard it. I've seen it. It looks incredible. And thank you so much, guys, for talking to us here. We're going to be looking at your house later.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Can't wait to see it.
Well, that leaves two more teams up here for us to look at, and I'm quite excited. We've seen such a wide range of ideas and approaches to this already.
Yeah, I think pretty much every team has had its own like sort of distinct flavor.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the personalities that are putting the houses together, yes, but then also just like looking at the on paper, the brass tacks of, hey, look at the Pinterest board. This is what they got going on so far. And I'm expecting to see more of that here with Stormfall and KRIKEN.
Yeah, I'm really excited of this one as well. So why don't we roll the video and take a look together at what these two have built.
What do you see for yourself in your space?
I think baby's like, hey, Blizzard, welcome to my crib. Let me show you around. And then we have a bunch of little skits planned in different corners of the house.
Oh my god, what if we did a murder mystery mansion?
Oh, wait, so one of us has to be the detective.
Yeah, you could be a detective. Give me your detective voice.
My name's Detective Baby.
Could you hold a book?
Death Knights don't know how to hold books. The best I got is whatever this thing is.
Is this gonna be a stage play or a house tour? It's both. We are up against insurmountable odds right now, okay? Because we're broke. We also are not housing builders, okay?
I don't know how I'm gonna get enough decor to fill all this space. So we may want to cut back on some of the rooms.
I've added some new pictures to the Pinterest board. A good representation of our funds at the moment. Oh man, he's got a lot of farming to do, guys.
What do you guys think? Think we stand a chance?
Okay, there. You could see the little bit of wavering sort of confidence there in their video. It's like, do these guys really have the willpower to be able to figure it out? And then there was a little bit of adversity, but then it's like, you know what? What if we find a way to
make it happen?
Yeah, shift the odds in our favor by adding a little bit of a role play element to it.
I mean, I think that's something where they are leaning on what they're familiar with, and so it makes a lot of sense to bring that into the game here. I am so intrigued to learn about what that pickle means on this Pinterest board. We looked at the Pinterest boards yesterday already, I'll tell you that much, and it's just, I even dreamt about it. I need to know what's going on with this pickle. So we're going to be hopping right into the call with Stormfall and KRIKEN. Hello, guys. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, we can hear you just
Hello,
fine.
yes.
All right.
Can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you beautifully. Thank you so much for joining us. Can I ask, or is this part of what we're going to be seeing later. What's with the pickle?
Go ahead, Criken.
Well, you know, in some cases, maybe it's better we show and not tell.
Do you want to show them?
I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna show the
You wanna
pickle.
show the
It's a
pickle?
metaphor. No, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor.
The pickle is a metaphor.
It evokes pickle. It's a pickle vibe. We're giving a pickled vibe.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We're in a bit of a
Different
pickle.
metaphor.
We're
Okay.
in a pickle.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Different
If
metaphor.
it wasn't
Okay.
clear from the video, both Storm and I have, I would say, arguably the least amount of in-game assets already for our house. But we love, you know, restrictions breeds creativity.
True.
And we did a lot of creative breeding in this. We put a lot of creativity into this house.
Yeah,
So-
no, it's exciting to hear that because I mean I just you know, Criken, I was talking to Stormfall before the show or like during the event, and she was saying that she has a lot of concerns about your ability in general.
She did, didn't she?
Yeah, a lot.
What?
Yeah, this is what she said. She said, you know, that
This is the first time hearing about it, Stormfall.
Yeah. So how does
Would
that
you
make
like
you feel,
to vent
Criken?
this now?
This is also the first I'm hearing of it as well.
You know, we just spent a good 30 minutes rehearsing this lovely performance that we were very excited to share. And you know what? Maybe one of us doesn't show. You think you can do it yourself, Stormfall?
Espen, I'm pretty sure you are not a judge,
not go
but
that
even as a host, you're not allowed to, you know, interfere
Wait,
with
am
your
I a
contestants.
Wait, am I host or instigator? Wait, what's my role?
Well, guys, I'm honestly super excited. I think your idea of the murder mystery house is definitely very unique and very creative. I'm excited to see what that house looks like that you have built. If you need me to send in Esfand as, like, you know, the victim to fall, I'd be happy to do that. So just let us know if that's what is going to be needed for you to showcase your house.
That is a metaphor, by the way.
It's not.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here in our intro. We're going to be looking at your house later. Thank you, guys.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Because it was funny.
What if their performance is now going to suffer because of you? How could you live with that?
No, it motivates them.
We're going to be seeing about that. But our last but not least team, QUARTERJADE and Masayoshi here, both mainly FPS players coming into this contest. Seen a little bit of content where they were building their house. Let's take a look together at the video and their ideas.
Let's see it.
All right, for everybody, I am the brains of this operation and John is the muscle. We could do like dark academia. We could do like why minimalize when we could maximalize?
My God, I'm sold. Imagine we get like, because there's like a jungle stuff, swampy. There's a bunch of wizard stuff. We could be potion masters.
Oh, okay.
We could also make a restaurant. There's a lot of cooking equipment.
This, John, yeah. Okay, I'm saving it and I'm putting it on the board. This is our vibe. Yeah.
Whoa.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
I know what you're saying.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Yes. Okay.
Oh my
okay,
God.
Okay. I
you
think
give-
this is what we're cooking. This is what we're giving.
Yeah.
What we got. 19. This is it. Okay.
Well, we can go to 35, but like I
That
think you
is-
could.
Oh, I see. But this is it. I think this is it. It's gonna
Yes.
be fantastic. Thank
Yep,
you.
yep.
And we're gonna build. But there's a cherry blossom.
There is a cherry blossom. That is correct. We all saw it. So I'm quite excited, but also a lot of different elements going on in this Pinterest board here for them.
Yeah. Now, a lot of this Pinterest board
Is actually real housing screenshots.
these are housing screen. Wait, so
That is very smart.
yeah. Well, that means like people are posting their WoW housing stuff on Pinterest.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of kind
cool.
of wild. Like that's cool. You know what I mean? Like kind of seeing like the for everybody else. I'm pretty sure almost across the board we just saw like real life stuff and people drew inspiration from real life stuff to put on their Pinterest board, whereas QUARTERJADE and Masayoshi actually found other WoW houses on Pinterest and drew from that, which I think is super cool.
it's also just very smart. If you're not somebody that's endemic to the WoW housing system or to WoW with like all of the items, now you have something you can kind of copy off of, and you already have that solved puzzle in what item are you going to use to create something for like the petals in the water and stuff like that. So that is incredibly smart. I'm very excited to see if they were able to execute on it, what it looks like. So let's hear from them as we have QUARTERJADE and Masayoshi here with us. Can you hear us all right?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So I need to go ahead and get the let's clear up the elephant in the room. I was talking to QUARTERJADE, throughout the week, and she said she was a little bit concerned with your ability to get the job done here, Masayoshi. How does that make you feel going into the competition?
Well, at first it was a bit rough, but I think I made her proud with this project.
Hey, dude, I sent those to you in private. Those were our DMs. That's fine.
I decided to completely ignore and break that trust and bring it up right here on the show.
John, I think highly of you and your building skills. Don't worry.
Hey, I know you are now after what you've seen.
Oh, interesting. All right, let's bring it back a little bit as I'm trying to derail our show. You guys are obviously not endemic to WoW. How difficult has it been to kind of find those items in the game to really bring that vision to life?
Honestly, guys, this was a little hard, but shouts out to our guild who really came through. I feel like I was donated millions of dollars for this. I just got gold on gold on gold. My first dono was 676767, quite literally, and it would not have been possible without them.
That's lovely. I like that.
It's a community project.
Yeah.
So it's not your house. It's our house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's our house.
Yeah. That's how it works.
We own this house.
Right, of course. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool to see. I mean, you guys coming in and you guys have played a little bit of WoW, even though you guys are variety streamers. You've played WoW in the past, so you're familiar with WoW. And having that sort of backup to be able to get the stuff that you need to get, that's great. That helps a lot. But as far as coming in and doing the housing stuff and having a vision to start off, how did you guys approach it? Did you guys just dive in there and take a look at what was available, or did you have something that you wanted to do going in to as a base point?
Purely what was available and what we could find, and just vibes.
Sick.
Any vibes we found, but we just knew we wanted something magical, something with a mage.
Okay. Cool. Do you guys think you accomplished that?
Yes. Absolutely.
Ooh,
Okay. I'm excited.
Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm sure our judges are too. We're going to be seeing that magical house in just a little bit. Thank you guys for joining us here on our pre-show interview. And I think we got to get ready for actually bringing on our judges in the next couple of minutes and get this thing on the go. Before we do, though, there's an important announcement I would like to make, because World of Warcraft houses are now available on Zillow. You can take a look at a couple of the houses available already right now on the website. We've got some amazing neighborhood estate agents there as well to show you around. So let's take a look, Esfand, at some of the houses available.
Yeah, let's take a look. All right.
Silver Moon Chic. I
Silver
love a
Chic.
lot of the descriptions on these as well, by the way. They're great. You should check them out.
Yeah, one of my friends sent this to me who's not a WoW guy.
Really?
And was like, dude, this is hilarious. And he links it to me. And I'm like, wait, this is so funny that this guy sent it to me. It was a friend of mine from high school. And yeah, but no, they have the descriptions. You can contact the agent. I mean, things are, I'm like, why, wait, why wait and go do things on your own when you can contact an agent on Zillow here? And,
That's right.
You can go get your houses. The Bewitching Bungalow over in Founders Point.
I do think this would be one Xalatath would probably like, although maybe a little bit too sunny on the exterior. But yeah, check out our amazing neighborhood estate agents And for you guys at home, go check out Zillow for Azeroth to see the latest listings in Azeroth now. Don't forget to check back on February the 27th to see the 8 teams' homes that will be listed and to get a special in-game item for Zillow. Explore it on zillow.com/Warcraft. That is so cool.
Yeah.
Well, while we guys were showing off, that's really the only way to say it, we got some guests here in our studio, so please welcome with me Emily Reyna and Jay Huang. You guys are both, in your own right, professionals when it comes to housing and aesthetics. Emily, you do a lot of like colorful budget, renovations over on social media, and this is kind of your breach into housing as is. A little bit of the opposite is true for you, Jay. You've been with WoW for a very long time. You were the prop lead for several years, and you're a design lead now, and you built many of actually the showcasing houses that all of us have been enjoying thus far. So welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited,
Yeah, no, it's, look, I mean, these guys, we just went through and we just interviewed all the contestants, and they've been working super hard on this. So we're like, look, we got to bring in the best of the best to be able to judge this thing. So we have our judges here, and I think we may have an additional judge joining us later.
Oh, we do have an additional judge joining us later. We'll get to that when we get there, but I'm really excited. How much were you guys kind of already looking at those pre-show interviews? I know you were backstage, maybe listening in a little bit. What's the vibe? Do we have some exciting feelings about some of those builds already?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the variety. I think they all had such different Pinterest boards, so I'm really excited to see what they can create within the game.
Yeah, it was really hard to look away, but I think both Emily and I were trying to stay away from social media.
Yeah.
We didn't want to be influenced at all since we are the judges, so I'm super excited. Took a glance or two, really excited about the ideas that we saw, and can't wait to see what the builds end up being.
Any favorites?
No favorites.
Not yet.
Okay. All right, we'll keep your secrets. That's all right. Just a quick reminder on the competition format. We did have 3 phases. We have arrived in phase number 3, as you can see by our beautiful judges arriving. There are 8 duos in total, and they will be judged on 4 criteria in total as well. Those criteria are creativity, execution, cohesion, and alignment for our teams to nail those. And, I think it's been a long process for our teams.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's been a long week or so where they've gone through and they've basically put this entire thing together. And it's a team effort, but you do have like somebody who's supposed to be like the idea person, somebody who's supposed to be like the hands on the ground, like the actual builder. So no, it's gonna be cool to see. I mean, like I actually felt like every team was fairly confident that they were gonna do.
That they did well.
That they did well. They're going to be judged well, is what I should say. But yeah, they did well so far. So yeah, I'm excited.
What's the thing you're maybe looking most forward to? I know you guys haven't been taking too much of a look at what you've seen, but is there maybe any wishes you have for the houses to like break rules, a floating house, or something?
I'm really interested in the creative aspect, so I love to see when people take objects and turn them into something else and scale them, and just to see how creative they can be with what they have. That's what I'm most excited about.
Yeah, I think one thing, like a philosophy that we have on the inside is like, whenever you look at a prop, don't try to look at it as what it is, but what it can be. And I think that is like a great, pillar for all of our players, and using the housing system is like, you can just like change things into other things. And I think I'm looking forward to like how well people can do that.
So I actually have a question for you. I love that. On that note, is there anything in particular that you've seen so far outside of this competition that really just blew your mind? It's like, oh my gosh, how'd they even think of that? How'd they come up with that?
Oh, 100%. I think I wasn't expecting, outside of players using the system to decorate a house, I've seen people turn it into like a painting canvas where they've made pictures using housing items.
Yeah.
I think I saw the famous poster of Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that one. It's so sick.
That one, or like a Van Gogh, or you know, like those kind of things. I'm just like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. So
Yeah.
super awesome.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. Cool. No, yeah, I'm super excited to see what these guys can come up with, and just kind of letting the imagination run wild.
Yeah, me too. I'm honestly, I'm not jealous of you two because we, of course, got a little bit of a peek already. And I feel like it's going to be very hard to judge these guys up against each other. But I believe we are ready to maybe take a look at our very first contestant team. The Preach Gaming team should be getting ready to showcase their house. And the way this is going to work is we'll let them take the reins and take us through their house by themselves. And then after that, we'll show some highlights and you guys can ask some questions about maybe some of the items you've seen if you want to pry a little bit, or, you know, we'll see what else we can get them to say. So if the Preach Gaming team is ready, I think let's start our first housing tour.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Excellent. Do we have a camera in the house?
We are getting on that right now, and we can see you.
Oh,
yes.
wow, look at that.
Excellent. Okay, are you guys ready for this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Brace yourselves.
Oh, I'm braced.
Welcome aboard the Endeavour. Thank you for taking the shuttle up here, and we want to thank you on behalf of the Razorwind Alliance. Allow me to take you on an adventure. We, of course, want to thank you for choosing us as your potential liaisons in acquiring some of the most fabulous relics in all of Azeroth. Our service has been put together over many years and now includes such rare artifacts such as this, Mancrick's wife. Generations of people have been searching high and low, yet here she stands. And over here, I would like you to address the original Frostmourne. We had to scour Azeroth for so many relics of degenerates who had stolen pieces of the fabled sword, yet here it lies. Of course, available to you at an appropriate price, should you decide to use our services. But of course, the Endeavour is just the flagship of the Razorwind Alliance. Up here we will find the crew, who have been working diligently. All mix and manner of races from the Horde to the Alliance, all working hard to provide you with the excellent service that you come to expect from us. As you can see, we are orbiting several miles above Azeroth. You can gleam the beautiful sword igniting the southern continent, as well as, and please ignore our laser cannons pointing directly there, that is just where they are positioned on the ship, and are not actually in any danger of destroying anything on Azeroth. But this, you might wonder, how is our service special in some way? Why would you use us? Well, for generations, it has been known that acquiring famous relics to enhance your character or to make yourself look superb has involved a lot of time investment. Sometimes we can afford skips in order to arrive where we want to be, but we have found a way of bypassing all of that and taking you directly where you want to be. This machine I'm about to show you is one of our most prized creations by Dr. CHUNKEYNINJA, one of the finest minds in all of Azeroth. Behold our stellar cartography. From here, we are able to glean not only Azeroth itself as she orbits our sun, but also the stars beyond. Dr. Ninja, will you show our guests one of our most latest locations that we can access, please?
Aye, Captain. Switching to local view now.
We see Azeroth herself, and as you can see gleaming upon the frozen wasteland, Northrend. Right there you can see the target of our next machinations and next service we would like to offer to you. Join me as we show you the prize of our fleet, a piece of technology that we recently acquired. This technology is, as you can imagine, not to be shared, yet through some interesting developments, we acquired a Koreshi gate. Dr. Ninja, will you dial the gate, please?
Certainly, Captain.
Now, the Koreshi, of course, very very
Chevron one.
precious and protective of their technology. So it was up to us in order to go out of our way and acquire this. But we have acquired more than one, allowing us to place gates in specific locations. Now, these gates allow us to bypass several of the encounters that you might find particularly difficult to get to.
5 locked.
Here we
We
go.
have activation, Captain.
Through here, we will see exactly how powerful our service is. We travel now amongst the stars to Azeroth herself, and behold, we have immediately arrived here, in front of the frozen throne itself. Ah, one of our teams is already engaging in combat. Witness, as they are now able to get straight here and take part in this vicious battle against the Lich King himself. Atop the Ice-Crowned Citadel, and remember, our players have not had to take part in any of the previous encounters. They simply used our Koreshi Gate technology to come straight here. They have defeated the Lich King. They appear to have... Yes, they have managed to acquire Invincible. Behold, Invincible itself. Yes, the rarest drop you would like to get. And there it is. And as you can see, this is a service that is literally only provided by us in the Razorwind Alliance aboard the Endeavor. We hope that our little sales pitch here has been good enough for you guys to consider us worthy of being your primary choice. And with that, I bid you adieu.
Thank you so much. Wow.
That was incredible. I don't even. How did they get Invincible?
How did they get Invincible on the Endeavor?
That was wild. Because
Wow.
I thought that's why they call him Invincible, is because you can't see him.
Right.
That was amazing.
Right. No, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for this epic showcase. We were all just gleefully watching.
Yeah, that was
Preach. I
wonderful.
appreciate it. Great selection of artifacts that you found there on your Endeavor. Surely they have all been ethically sourced, yes?
I mean, they dropped, so you had to be there to get it, right? They're BOP.
Now I gotta ask for the crew in the command center up there. Now, are they? Do you provide benefits, or like how did you like what is there? What is?
Is there at least a fruit basket?
Yeah.
Esfand, you know, as streamers, and Makes Notice too, the exposure we just gave them is everything they need in order to reach the heights. But yes, yes, absolutely. And a big shout out to those guys. We had to do several rehearsals to make this work
Oh, that was
seamlessly.
amazing.
Huge thanks to them.
Yeah,
Actually
massive thanks to them.
incredible.
Yeah, Preach, I had a question for you. So I know you came out to Boston that one time and took a look at the housing early on when we were doing the kind of demos back then. Now that you have your hands on the system yourself, what would you say is like your #1 prop or decor that you like using when you're decorating stuff?
You're not going to like it, Jay, but it's Tesla coils, and I farmed them endlessly to shoot members of our neighborhood from afar, because they built watchtowers to stare into my bedroom, and so defenses was the main thing I needed. So
that.
giant Tesla coils.
Awesome. Yeah, actually, so when we were looking at some of the stuff behind the scenes, like your mood board, we saw that you did have kind of a bridge, you know, from Star Trek and stuff like that, which is super cool. Was really curious how you were going to pull that off. I think like it's already moved past the screenshot, but like your video of your deck there. How did you guys make that?
That's Chris.
Yes, so the tricky thing with anything like a bridge is how do you do a space background? Now, we're very fortunate because we have the skybox rooms. So for people who don't know, these skybox rooms have a sky texture on them projected around the back. And so provided you limit the view, you can have essentially a starscape. And so by kind of creating that bridge within that room, a room within a room, you can have the stars and you can put the planet there and everything. So the skybox room has been the carry for this particular build.
Amazing.
Wow. It's incredible. I did not expect it to be something so otherworldly. I expected more of an interior space, and this is something that is so creative and so out of the box.
Well, that was the point. Is I'm a huge sci-fi guy, more than normal, like standard like medieval fantasy. But what we could see with like Legion and the Exodar and the Koreshi is like there is that tech there. So it's like let's go in a different direction, because like Jay said, and he stressed this in Boston when we first saw this, I don't want people to go, oh, I need a kitchen. Where is my kitchen prop? It's about like, okay, can we say? I think Chris could tell us. I think there's something like 700 pieces of stone in the Frozen Throne room, something like that, Chris.
Yeah, I can actually give you a specific number. So from the slate that we have, so this is 3 pieces of decor that make this up. So there are 40 of one, 258 of another,
wow,
and 59 of another. So yeah, about 400 to make up everything that's in there, including the planet and the Lich King chamber.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Incredible work.
Yeah, making a sun. It's like, how can we make a sun? And how do we make this room look like screens and not just looking outside? Because that was a big part of it. It's like, it's space on the bridge, but it's screens in the other room. And modifying everything to make it look like that. I think like the gate itself, like the entrance to the gate is actually a fountain upside down and things like that, because it's got no collision on one side. So there's a lot of things we had to find. I think Bolvar is made of pillows, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, a few different things. There's like a pillow, brazier, like there's a bunch of different things to make that up. So it's all about just repurposing what you have and trying to make the shapes.
Yeah, that's incredible. The whole, I love that. The whole platform and everything. Super, super impressive.
Yeah, I think you specifically succeeded with like making what feels gigantic within like very little rooms when you look at the floor plan that we just saw before, and it all feels incredibly cohesive, right? Like it tells that, obviously the storytelling helped, but it tells that whole story of, everything being tied together like that. That was really awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're lucky you guys restrained us, because we were supposed to go to the Black Temple as well and kill Illidan and get the Warglaives. Like that was the original plan. Is like, well, we would come back and the gate moves, because we wanted a logical idea.
Preach. As much as we love hearing from you,
supposed to happen?
We will need to end this interview. No, but genuinely, thank you so much. Unless our judges have any more questions, we're going to be moving on. Thank you for that showcase. And I hope chat took good notice as well, because of course there will be a community vote later on. Just telling you that now, we need you to pay attention. All right.
Vote's coming, so.
Yeah, it is coming. Just like our second team, they're also going to be up here and showcase their house, and it is going to be Taliesin and EVITEL and ANNIEFUCHSIA. Our split personalities house is how I would call that one. If you guys are here and ready, you can take it away. Can we hear you? All right, I guess not. So we'll need to give it another minute here. I don't know how much of the Pinterest board of this one you saw. There's some vampire in there. Oh, wow. And there's something you were actually pretty familiar with, some influencer housing. So they were going for that wellness influencer vibe, as we can see on the Pinterest board here. And then they wanted there to also be that second identity of secretly being a vampire, potentially. Oh, wow. So we're all very excited to see how this contrast ties into each other. Taliesin and EVITEL, Annie, are you here with us?
We are. And we're outside house ready to go.
Hello.
Hello. Well, let's take it away. You guys have the floor.
Awesome. Well, here we are outside the entrance to the Wellness Creator. You've probably seen this space on Instagram. You probably follow it. And what we wanted to do here was create something very serene, very calm, very good for you, very healthy. And something that was almost like real worldy in a way, like while still kind of being Warcraft, but with lots of kind of like modern world references, Evie.
Yeah, we wanted it to look like, and this was, I guess you could say this was my half of the build. And we wanted to make it, feel clean, make it feel modern, make it feel like we're using elements from WoW.
So here we can see some of Evie's handmade art.
Yeah, some bespoke.
Evie used to work in a
mid-century
museum.
modern.
You would have known that in an art gallery, and she's using some of her skills here to create these unique pieces of art, which will be on sale after the stream. You can just contact us there. No need to sit there, Annie, because we've got little stools hidden in the benches. You can sit down and have a nice time.
I see
from
it.
this platform up here, you get a great view of the rest of the space. Let's go down and investigate that. You can see our windows up here for natural light, very calming.
Yeah, and
you
what we
can't-
wanted here was kind of to bring the outside in, right? And if you look at our kind of like original Pinterest stuff, it was like these huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Popped a little kitchen here.
So one thing we were really into was the idea of making this space very functional. So when people come and visit on their health retreats for the weekend, you know, they can interact with things and hang out, and there's lots of spaces to do that. You can see we've got some very healthy smoothies over here. There's
delicious.
Floor, but ignore that. That's nothing. I'm sure that's fine.
Oh, and just to remind people, it's the first time that I'm seeing the full build now too, so I'm really excited seeing everything. I'm also dressed for the moment.
Yeah,
so I'm ready to start training here.
These windows here, they're actual windows. We've got invisible walls here that stop you going in, so they are functional windows, which we're pretty proud of. But of course, the piece de resistance of this room is, of course, our functioning treadmill. Would you like me to demonstrate this for you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Okay. First of all, I have to get in my gym gear.
Absolutely.
And then I have
We're
to,
matching now.
then I have to do a little stretch. Hang on. Just.
You've got your headphones on, which I really appreciate.
Exactly. I don't like being bothered. There we go.
Yeah.
And then this is a fully functioning treadmill. So you just come on here like this, and you start running.
Wow. Look at that.
And we're so proud of this. Again, we use like an invisible wall halfway down the treadmill, so you can stand on this forever, and it stops you from going AFK and logging out. If you need to go out and you need to, like, you know, see some friends and stuff, you can put your character on here, and they will run forever and not go AFK. And also, like, get like amazing calves.
Oh yeah,
right.
So like, we're very proud of that. And I love this because it's like it's clearly a very modern New World, like modern day reference, but also looks so Warcrafty as well, which I love. It just it really works.
And
it's
that's
really
something that we really wanted to bring in this build. Was it's like, you know, even though it looks a bit modern, right? It's like kind of a influencer's house. Oh, show the atrium up above too,
so
right?
We've got this nice little kind of reading nook. Now, why, Evie, are the books like this with their spines towards the wall?
Well, they're not meant to be read, right? They're just for decor.
Yeah, totally.
We really wanted to get into the head of this this Instagram influencer who just wants everything kind of pristine.
Some more bloodstains there, but again, I'm sure that's just the cleaner just must have missed that one. So we have, this is my favorite painting of the house.
Thank you.
We call this one the Blood Moon.
It's so pretty.
Yeah, it was really nice. And again, we've got some functioning windows here. Can't run through these either. And like, yeah, we just really wanted a nice, relaxing, calm space. This is Annie's bedroom. And she's given us permission to go in here and have a look around. So obviously there is streaming setup.
Yeah.
As you'd imagine.
Got your laptop, got your phone, and just a cup of hot water, really.
Yeah,
Maybe with a squeeze of lemon.
And this isn't, we can't do this for you now because we don't want to mess up our settings, but this is obviously a standing adjustable desk for, you know, posture. We've got some good mid-2000s lighting theme on the wall there on the right going on. And a bed with interactive covers.
Nice.
Which I'm quite happy about. Yeah, and of course, our big, I know you'll like this, Annie, our big open shower.
Our indoor-outdoor shower.
Which, as you can see, is like, again.
It's always on.
Yeah, always on. And, you know. After a hard day of yoga and working out. And of course, we've got like no reflection in that mirror. Again, ignore that. I'm sure that's absolutely fine. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. I'm sure that's not environmental storytelling. So this is the thing. We wanted to, like, the things we love about WoW are adventure and exploration and storytelling. And that's what we wanted to do in this build. We wanted the build to tell a story. And you might think, well, what's this storytelling right now? And that's a good point. It's not really telling anything at all, apart from the beautiful, serene space and the the presentable part of ANNIEFUCHSIA, the wellness creator. But if we have a look at this this fountain here,
it's just an indoor water feature,
It's
right?
beautiful, by the way.
Which it does every few seconds. Something is revealed at the bottom of the
What is
the
that?
fountain.
I can't quite make that out.
No, as it kind of drains, which it does, kind of like another one of those weird bloodstains.
Oh.
You know, and it kind of, I don't know, man, it makes me want to go and investigate. So, I mean, there wouldn't be, would there?
No.
There wouldn't be a way to,
oh.
Wait just 1 second.
Oh.
Because now we've gone through the secret tunnel, and we're just going to change the light a bit there. Because now, we see that this wellness creator has a dark secret.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to wander through these caverns. I'm sure there's nothing here, though. I'm sure like it's just one of those old wine cellars or something like that, right?
Yeah, you know what?
See, I told you, there's nothing here.
She's got a nice organic wine collection in the
Or-
basement,
maybe
right?
Maybe if I just
I mean, it makes sense.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
There appears to be a staircase. Should we follow it down? Let's go. Because beneath the cheery wellness creator exterior, there's a whole network of caves. There's what looks like a blood lake, a blood river down below there. And we wanted this to be fun, that you could like wander through and have an explore round. So one of the things that we worked really hard on was this, which is
this is our like MC Escher-esque.
yeah, you have a look over there and you're like, I can't even get over there. But
No.
there's kind of like weird, I call this the labyrinth staircase, right? You know, like the staircase is going off in all directions, defying physics and gravity and things like that. And I'm just going to stand here and look at this for a couple of seconds because it took me so long to make. Like, an unbelievably long time to make. I thought Evie was going to leave me. My kids got taken away. I haven't seen daylight in many, many days. So I think we've seen that enough now. Let's carry on exploring. Oh, looks like something over there. I wonder if there is anything good over there. Should we?
Just some cobwebs,
Yeah,
really.
yeah, totally. Should we go and check it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little wander around here. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
So yeah, this is like we wanted to have something. We were talking about the idea of, you know, having views that you couldn't reach down here, because upstairs is very interactive and there's lots of things to
You're
interact
in
with
it
and click.
upstairs, right? You're living
Whereas
there.
here we wanted it to be a bit more detached and a bit more scary. So we thought a huge temple under the ground,
Yeah.
which is kind of like vampire-y, kind of old gaudy. And for me, in my head, I had like the last shot of From Dusk Till Dawn, you know, when the camera goes around the back of the biker cafe and it reveals like a huge, ancient, unknowable kind of temple on the other side of it.
Great reference,
And so,
Tally.
yeah, absolutely. And I love how like it glows kind of green, and you got the blood lake down there as well, looking pretty scary. And I love this. It's like such a cool reveal. And you're like, oh, can I get down there? No, because that would ruin the perspective trick. So we stop you doing that.
Never ever go down there.
That's game design Tally right there. But yeah, we're pretty proud of that. Oh, and there's like a big blood moon up there as well.
The blood moon was essential. I remember
yeah,
when we were
yeah,
planning
totally.
with Annie. She was like, I
Yes,
want the
that was
blood moon.
important.
And so that's like the real blood moon, which is pictured in the painting upstairs. That's like the storytelling. moon.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Exactly. So we think that turned out really well. And there's just one more thing to see. And this is like the reason this whole underground bit exists is because you thought that was Annie's bedroom upstairs. But actually, this is where she really lives, down here in the spiky death room. There's some spiky death walls here. And I don't know what Annie gets up to when she's down here, but there's like some choppy things and there's some grindy things.
That's like
And there's a scary cage looking thing. But like I say, I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's okay.
Skeletons in that
There's
cave.
nothing here.
No, there's like a caged animal over here, but he's a good boy. Don't worry about him. He's absolutely fine. And there's like a sorry thing. There's like a weird steaming pile of meat and bones, which again, I'm sure is fine. And here it is. Look, you thought you saw Annie's bedroom before, but actually, this is Annie's bedroom. This is where she sleeps. Because it turns out that Annie's dark secret is she's a vampire and she sleeps in a coffin.
There she is.
Oh my
Oh
god, I could have seen this coming.
Terrifying.
So perfectly.
Exactly. And of course, because she is this is her bedroom, of course, she's got a streaming setup down here as well. Which is very important.
Drinks fridge. Essential to keep her energy up during those long late night
she's
streams.
got a sponsorship, so
Of
she's
course.
got to keep that going. That's the streaming setup that we have here.
From an old
this is where
channel,
she
of course.
actually spends her time. You know, she lures people in to the wellness center, and then she drains them of their vitality.
Yeah.
That sounds
Or
like
her,
her, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
say
Yeah,
that's
I
totally.
always
It's
say
like-
that about
sounds familiar,
Annie.
doesn't it? Yeah, more like a streaming setup than a streaming setup. Am I right?
Yeah. This is great.
So yeah, we wanted it to be like just basically a space that people could walk around and be like, oh, that's cool. I like that. That's interesting, and feel like you're kind of progressing almost like through a quest line, like you do in WoW. And you know, like it kind of, you know, it's got a beginning, middle, and an end story-wise. And
Yeah.
just cool things to spot and to see and to learn more about what's there, sort of thing.
And that's when we were thinking about, yeah, like what is the kind of spirit of Azeroth? And yeah, it is that kind of like storytelling throughout. It's learning something about your character or yourself along the way, and having this kind of contrast between IRL, this, you know, your life upstairs, and then your life downstairs playing WoW.
One of the things I like about the IRL bit, though, is that it still looks like quintessentially Warcraft as well. Like
Yeah.
it's Warcraft doing IRL, but it's cool.
Yeah, you're building with Warcraft. Oh, yeah. And
I love how you went and you kind of linked everything in together at the end. I love that. I think that was great.
Yeah, I like the transition as well. I think that's something we were all kind of like wondering, like, how are
Yeah.
they gonna do it? Will it be like mushed together? But I think you found a really nice way to have like that hidden pathway into the depths that worked out really well, I feel like.
You can't have a waterfall without having a secret behind it, right?
That's right. You're so right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, particularly for the influencer space at the beginning, you really use the space incredibly well. I was really impressed by the asymmetry that you use and how you really utilize all of the vertical space too, with the little loft, and every little detail was really intricate and no wall space was left untouched. And I just think it was really impressive. And I do have a question. I was wondering if this space was inspired by like the treadmill that you wanted to create, or if this was your original idea and then the treadmill came after.
The treadmill came later.
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. Yeah, so when we were thinking of these kind of, we wanted to work with like a contrast, right? And so, you know, this kind of vampire idea came up, and then the kind of clean modernism came up, and then we were like, okay, we want to make it a little warmer, a little more like influencery. I mean, I was also really inspired by things that I've seen other people building in like the WoW housing community now. There's some really incredible builds of like, you know, walking through Santorini, like, you know, living in like my house in Bali. And I've loved seeing the creativity like from the community. And so seeing some of those like really sparked my imagination in this one. And I kind of ran with that theme upstairs to go with it. And then we were like, well, this person needs a treadmill.
Yeah.
How do we make a treadmill?
It was really fun putting that together because we had some ideas, but it, you know, it's making it functional and stuff like that. And this space is so cool upstairs because we come here and there are people from our neighborhood and our guild. They're always in here, like hanging out, like sitting down or on the treadmill or something. So we need to make like loads of treadmills so people can come in and like all run together. Like, and just a spin party.
Set up a gym.
Workout
A whole
space.
gym. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask, and maybe my classic Andy is showing here. Okay, were those stretching emotes new emotes, or were you doing like some? Were you like doing something and doing an emote at the same time to like?
Yeah, one
kit
was just the
bash an
flex emote. Yeah, and one was the shy emote. But she puts her hands behind her back for the shy emote, and yeah,
Alright,
I
that
just
was-
thought it looked a bit
that-
like a
that was
stretch.
good.
Yeah, that looked cool.
Yeah, absolutely. 11 out of 10 storytelling. And I think your use of perspective and just getting those like far away shots of like, you know, the labyrinth staircase or you know, your like Aztecian kind of like shrine at the very bottom. Amazing. Like, I think one thing we were worried about early on when we were developing housing was like, people were afraid that if we only gave a certain amount of styles that the players would feel like they would only be able to make those types of styles, being rugged or folk or whatever. But I mean, clearly this is something where you've stretched it even beyond Warcraft, but still has, like you said, that Warcraft vibe. So well done there.
It's been really good fun. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. That was really, really exciting. The treadmill, of course, we saw before, but yeah, so much in this build. And yet another one of those where I'm like, this is so vast. How did they fit so much in so little rooms, actually?
Yeah. No, it's super, super impressive.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, well done.
Amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think
we're ready for our next one.
we're ready for the next
Yeah.
one.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
All right. Next team is actually, what was it in Portuguese? Do you remember?
Avad's house. Or Vava's house.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Vol's house. So Davy
Was it
Jones
Vol or
and
Va?
Sonic, I think it was Vol, but I'm sure they'll tell us. Davy Jones and Sonic build out a house that was inspired by Brazilian grandmas and their local, scenery, the stuff that makes Brazil unique. This was their Pinterest board, and I'm really, really excited to see how this one was put into the game because of all these tiny patterns that kind of make up the art that's so identity carrying for this.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see this. I mean, this is so the different colors, the different influences coming in. I think it's going to be super, super cool to see that. So I think they're getting together. They're going to get in a group and stuff and actually get to. They're still kind of preparing to show us the house and stuff. But for our judges, I know you guys have seen the Pinterest board. What are you guys really looking forward to? Do you guys have any certain expectation of something that you're gonna see going forward?
I'm personally very interested in the color aspect. I love working with color, and I love color blocking and quilting and all of that stuff. So seeing this board, I'm very excited to see what they've come up with.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that they utilize the die system to its full extent since there's so many colors. And I think one thing with interior design, at least when I'm trying to do it, I think there's this misconception that you have to make everything the same color. I don't think that's necessarily true. You can throw in a bunch of colors like this and it still can be beautiful. So I'm looking to see, I'm curious to see how they pulled that off.
Jan, I want to ask, do you as a designer, do you look at the Pinterest boards and things come to mind oh, I hope they use this item. I hope they use that. That happens. Yeah,
all the time. I mean, even just Tally and EVITEL's build where they use the backside to get collision, stuff like that. That creative way of using things where oh, I was going to fix that. Now I'm not going to fix that because that's perfect for these use cases. I think that's great.
Yeah, awesome. Cool.
Changing the game one item at a time, I love it. Davy Jones and Sonic are ready though, so welcome back here on our show. And you can take it away right away, guys. I think we're ready.
Awesome.
Hello, guys.
Can you hear us?
Hello, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. We see you. We don't smell you, don't worry.
That's fine.
Awesome. So let's move forward. Let me show you guys the grandma house, the Vó house that I just teach you guys about it. So of course, just to align the expectation, it's a very common house for any grandma here in Brazil. So everything that I will show you guys is more related to how this grandma feel herself in this specific house. It's an old one, but at the same time, it's a place that she feels comfortable enough to have not only her friends, but also all the family that she loved to have with her on the special events. So here's the entrance, so very simple one, but of course, with a lot of plants and things like that, because she loves roses and things related. So let me show you first our living room, our TV room. It's very popular here in Brazil that some of our grandma like to spend a lot of time watching the TV, and usually he's a kind of a way to represent even more. Usually she likes to watch a program when we have a parrot, or something similar to that. The name is Joseph. So Louro José, for our Brazilian audience, is the one that we are representing here. It's a very popular character that we have on TV show. So of course, our grandma, before going out, she was watching the TV and understanding a little bit more about the recipes that was showing on the TV. So let me show you here the room where she usually go in the end of the day. So here's the place where she go to the bed, and of course before that she likes to read the secret book because she's a very Catholic person. It's very popular in Brazil, this kind of religion. So of course we have Inaris here. She's a very faithful one for Inaris teaching. So usually before go to the bed, our grandma like to read the secret book and understand, and not only understand the words in that book, but mainly she's trying every time to preach because she have a very tough nephew that's not in the light yet. She have the photograph of her here on the bookshelf, and she hope that some way, somehow, the nephew that she is responsible for will be able to join the light. So she's the reason why she read a lot this secret book right here.
Okay.
And notice that she's taking a look on a very beautiful view. Of course, we have a lot of sunlight here and a very beautiful sky, and I will show you why we have this sky in a minute. But beyond that, not only the secret part is important to her, but also to create things to give as a gift for all the family. So showing now the murloc that she did for the daughter that she's missing for a long time because she's not visiting her anymore. So my tip for all the Brazilian audience, please visit your grandma. She loves you a lot, and she's hoping for one day you go back and she will be able to cook a lot of your favorite dishes. Of course, again, she also have an altar, and Turalion here is representing somehow, let me use the analogy here very quickly, it's like Jesus for her. At the same time, Arator is the person that's another saint that she really spent some time preaching for him. So also we have a lot of different images that represent this as well, and here's the place where the grandma only keep themselves and only herself are able to touch it, because if you're touching anything that your grandma put here and you change it and she didn't allow it to do that, trust me, the grandma will start to be a witch with you, because she raked when somebody touching something that she put in the right place as she's looking for. Of course, we have the bathroom for our grandma house as well. Let me look to the other side, because it's a very private part of the bathroom, and he's the place where she take a bath and spend some time trying to understand why the other daughter that she had left her and never turned back.
Tragic story, guys.
Yeah, it's a very popular story in Brazil, to be honest with you guys, because sometimes the Brazilian person here, and I'm talking for myself specifically, usually here in Brazil, after we start to work, and we work a lot, we are not able to visit our grandma anymore. Let me try to close this. It is. So here's the kitchen. So everything you guys are seeing here, here's the very special part of the house for our grandma, because she's trying to understand, again, not only on TV, but also in some bookshelves as well, in some cooking recipes that she had in the past from her mother and so on. She's trying to understand a little bit more how to do better dishes and favorite dishes for the entire family. And notice that she have a very beautiful view as well. Maybe Makes and someone else who visit Brazil, maybe if you go ahead and visit Rio, this kind of view is very common, it's very popular, and I show you why in a minute. But one thing that I'm very proud of, and I'd like to share with you guys, is this thing right here. This guy right here, this item that you guys are looking at, it's a clay filter, a water clay filter. It's a very popular one in Brazil, in grandma houses, because in Brazil, usually, mainly when we're talking about some years ago, usually we don't have purified water. So this filter right here was responsible to guarantee that the entire family was not sick. So I put some items here that I love to work with and put 3 of them together, create this thing that's very popular. Just giving another comparison, for example, using Overwatch. When you go to Overwatch Rio map, you'll notice that we have exactly the same item there. That's the place when Lucio visit or live in the past. So it's one of the items that I'm very proud of, because this one right here, the Brazilian audience told me that represent 100% of Brazil.
Amazing.
I love it.
Now, taking a look outside here, of course we have the beach, right? How can you go to the Brazil? How can you go to visit us and not go into the beach, right? So, of course, we have Cristo Redentor here. It's a very popular wonder, right? It's one of the 7 wonders in the world. So we have the view right here, some surf stuff here if you want to take a bath and try to join the water as well. Trust me, it's not that warm. The water in Brazil is very cold, but be my guest to join there as well. Here we have the street wall. It's very similar to what we have in Copacabana, Ipanema, and so on. And here in Brazil, we love barbecue on the beach as well. Trust me, it's very different from the US barbecue. It's better, sorry to say that. But our barbecue, it's amazing. Have a lot of good things here, and the clothes of our grandma and our grandpa as well is here, you know, enjoying the breeze of the beach as well. So the barbecue is right here, waiting for us, waiting for the family, waiting for the guests to join us. And the grand finale, from our perspective in Brazil, I'd like to show you guys our flag right here. It's something that I'm very proud of. Our flag is very important to us, represent, each one of the colors represent different side of our story. Of course, you can read in different ways, but the most common one, or the close one for the history that we have right now, the green part of our flag represent all the forest, the jungle that we have. The yellow part represent all the good stuff that we have, the material stuff that we have. The blue part represent our beautiful sky that you can notice on the beach, right? And the white one, it's, I missed the word, but it's a kind of straight line that we have when it's ready, ordered for us to understand how we're gonna keep the country moving forward. So that's it for our house. Again, it's a very simple one, but it's the house that for all of us Brazilian represents a lot, not only our grandma, but mainly represent how we're gonna like to be when you're older, because all of us love to go again, visit our grandma, spend some time with her, eating the amazing food that she's always cooking something good for us, and chat with her about the girlfriends, the boyfriends, the university, and anything like that. So that's pretty much it.
The goal here
Love
that
it.
Sonic achieved was to make really cozy and comfortable, and we feel at home. I think a lot of Brazilians that are watching this are remembering the simpler times, you know, and it is really our stuff here.
Yeah, thank you for that, Davey. And one quick thing that before someone from Brasilia audience being here and say, hey, that's not the true about the colors. Yes, it is. But one other thing that I'd like to share as well is one of our stories says that the colors related to the old empire that we have in the past. So in the beginning of Brazil history, we had Emperor Dom Pedro, and we had the same colors from Bragança, the family from Dom Pedro. So the colors represent Bragança as well. It's one of the families that ruled the country for more than 200 years. So we keep the same colors in respect of them, but right now the reason is because of that's more ludic, right? So that's the reason.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for
So
taking
good.
us into Grandma's house. I think we all enjoyed our experience, although we, of course, unfortunately, you know, missed out on that Brazilian barbecue. I'd be down for that right now.
You should try it. Trust me, it's
You
good.
should really try.
I have. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching this thing and I'm like, man, I need to go to Brazil.
Yeah.
Like, I need to go visit. I'm hyped up to go to Brazil at some point.
I love the use of the daylight circle room here, and how you had like some of the benches propped up to look like surfboards, and just like using, of course, the rug on the underside to make the sea. That is all amazing. I think something that I really love about this build specifically is all the small creations, like the little things that you've kind of jammed together to create something like you said, the water filter and the flag and the surfboards. I think that was just an amazing job. So well done.
Yeah, I love the story and the passion behind this space, and I love that every single detail has a long explanation and you really thought through every single element, and that's what's really important about interior design, is making sure that it's functional for the user. And I am just really impressed with how you brought the whole story together, all the way down to the water filter and customizing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt very deliberate in
Yes.
a lot of the things you guys placed. And of course, it's easy to say like, oh, it's a very simple build, but there's a lot of ingenuity in like the small stuff.
Yeah, 100%. So, yeah, just seeing how you guys went, you brought everything to life, and I mean, even just kind of like the you saw the inspiration in the bottom. That's the statue, right, with the Christ the Redeemer statue.
Yeah.
So it's like you kind of see that with the beach, and then you go and you had the cross and I loved it. I thought it was great.
Awesome, thank you so much. And yeah, the main point, if I may add something very quickly here, the main point for us is to understand a little bit more our culture, because here in Brazil, of course, we love it, World of Warcraft, so much, but mainly when you are playing World of Warcraft here in Brazil, we like to expand this like literally our home, our house. So our plan here is to make each one of us, each one of the Brazilian player feel that they are really at home. Of course, we can, I don't know, maybe you should try something like more Warcraft stuff, but for all of us, and thank you so much for all the Brazilian community that support us here to build this, was like, okay, let us show them the culture in Brazil and how we feel comfortable in that game. So thank you so much for, have us here and make this space for us to represent the Brazilian culture for all of us.
Thank you for showing it.
Yeah,
to all
thank
of
you.
us. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you once again, Davey and Sonic. And we're going to be going back to that house, I think, later all together for a little bit of a barbecue moment. I'd be down, but of course, we have more houses in the competition that we do want to take a look, and I hope you guys are all, you know, sitting comfortable, because we're going to take a long flight from Brazil over to Australia, because AUSSIANTICS and FIAMMA have built a house that was OS inspired, and I'm really excited to see how they are going to take us on a tour there as well. Can you guys hear us already?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
You guys hear us? Hello, hello.
Well, I think with that, guys, stage is yours. Take us away into Australia.
Amazing. Well, welcome home. The big kind of thing with this, we're talking to Ozzy during that ideation stream, was that we wanted a place for his followers to be able to come and join him in his home. So it's very much, we've got like green and gold coloring for Australia throughout, but there's a lot of little things there that are direct tie-ins to Ozzy's life and his community. A lot of his community doesn't play World of Warcraft. So what we wanted to do is introduce them to the game and show them the housing feature with an accessible build, something that they could build themselves using a lot of vendor stuff and a few dyes and things, and very customizable as well. So when you first step into the home, you've got this beautiful little entryway. We've got the gorgeous tree here to sit down by and chat. You've got cushions everywhere, plenty of seating for plenty of people. There's 15 of them, I believe, if I counted correctly. So you've got like a casual raid team. You know, you can come in, sit down, you've just been out adventuring, and you're going to collapse in a heap and just have a bit of a rest before you get to the rest of the home. And then moving through this beautiful little doorway here, this is the only door in the entire build, a little bit of privacy for Ozzy with his bedroom. And this was one of the first rooms I put together because there were a couple of touches I really wanted to make sure we had, especially around Ozzy's lifestyle. So because Ozzy covers a lot of tournaments and things like that are in odd time zones, he often has to go to sleep when the Australian sun is still beating down. And so we had to have blackout curtains. So all the light in here is artificial because otherwise he just wouldn't be able to sleep. And because of that, he's also instituted a no electronics policy in his bedroom. And so he has plenty of books available for him to read. One sitting by his bed that he's currently working his way through, and one by the couch by the fire as well. You might also notice in the corner over here, we have a little dog house. Ozzy's community managed to crowdfund a corgi, Steve. And so we had to get...
I can tell a story when I very first started streaming. Like, it was always like, I was no full-time streamer. I've been streaming for a while. I told my audience when I move out, I'm going to get a corgi. It's been my dream since I was 10 years old. We got to that point. I moved out. I was like, look, guys, I just can't afford it. Like, you know, we're just trying to do streaming full-time. It's just not really going to happen. Like, make a donation goal, make a donation goal. And I was like, okay, I'll make it very clear it's for a dog. This isn't for rent. This isn't for like groceries. You just don't have to. And they actually crowdfunded my dog within like 2 weeks. So I now have Steve, which I still have. He's all my emos. He's the mascot of the channel. And he is very much due to my community. So we had to have Steve somewhere in the house. And my first time. And so like, again, I've always had the Cornelius pet in World of Warcraft as well. It's like my go-to. I love it. So yeah, we had to bring Steve into this.
Absolutely. So we've got him a little home with a comfy bed in there, little bone to munch on, and a bowl of water as well. You might have heard that the weather in Australia can get a little bit extreme. I think there was a point a couple of years back where parts of the country were flooding and other parts were on fire all at once. So something that most Australians know about is protecting your valuables. So if we have a look behind the wall just here, we have a safe, because you've got to have a fireproof safe in Australia. It is what it is. And you might also notice there might be some spider webs in some of the corners, but don't mind, it's fine, it's fine. The spiders aren't that big. They leave behind a bit of a mess. It'll be fine. Trust me, it's fine. But that's our little bedroom here. Moving through, I know you guys are excited for the aquarium. So let's take a look.
This is a tough one. I knew this was gonna be hard when I put it out there, and I was like, I want it to be big, because like my fish tank, I love it. I'm proud of it. My wife would probably kill me if she heard my plans for the future, but I want a wall fish tank in my house somewhere. So this was like my way to kind of live vicariously right now. I will get this one day. I don't currently have it, but I will.
One day, I have faith. I have faith. Yeah, isn't it brilliant? I have to, like, huge shout out to the housing community on social media across all of the different platforms. Like, when Ozzy said I want an aquarium, I have to admit, I was okay. But there are so many incredible creators out there who have put together little bits and pieces that they've showcased across their social media profiles. And I was able to learn so much from them because I do not come from a building background. Collecting, sure. Building, not so much. So thanks to them, I learned to put this together. And one of the little tips that they gave us was using those candles as fish, because the way that the glow sort of flickers along, it almost looks like shimmering scales and a flapping tail there to move them through the water. But that's you can't drown because you can't get in there. That is absolutely an invisible wall. So don't worry, the water's not coming to get you. Moving on into our living space, and again, it was very much that community feel. We wanted to make sure that everyone had a place to rest, to sit, to eat, to enjoy each other's company. More of that green and gold coloring, but we do have, because of course we are Team ANZ, we had to have a nod to New Zealand, so we've got the black and white there as well, just a little bit. And that also, the nod to New Zealand helped guide my choices in some of the decor in here as well. You can see the kitchen bench and the stools there have that wood carving. That's a shout out to one of our favorite New Zealand creators who's also very much a WoW player, and his main content or one of his major pieces of content is wood carving, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. There was an image of that on our Pinterest board as well, so we definitely had to bring that through. Lots of little shelves for trinkets and bits. But before I move on to the trinkets, there are a couple of things on the table here that I really do want to point out. One of them, these are two very, very traditional Australian bits and pieces. Just in front of the candles there, you'll see a white mug and a little plate with a Tim Tam. Now, Tim Tams are quite famous across the world. I mean, they should be. If you haven't heard of them, what's wrong? We need to introduce you.
No, we're good for a Tim Tam slam. I got you.
Yes, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah,
Amazing. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, so it's our Tim Tam slam. And just across the way from that, we have our little, well, not so little, it's a bulk jar.
Family size, bulk jar.
Family size bulk jar of Vegemite. And that was, putting that together was one of the highlights of the build for me. It was just so much fun trying to get the colors right and just tweaking it to make it look as close to the real life version as possible. And I'm so glad I was able to figure out how to put that one together. But that was definitely a highlight of the build. Also, I'm from Melbourne. Aussie's from Sydney, but there's a bit of a fight around the quality of coffee. I say Melbourne coffee is the best because that's what the rest of the world says.
I'll admit it
there
now.
we go.
I'll agree. I shouldn't, but I do agree. Yeah, this is a very big point of contention in Australia. By the way, this sounds like it's a joke. It's actually a very big deal. People very much argue over this very regularly.
Sydney coffee kind of guy myself. So.
Absolutely.
Interesting to hear.
Melbourne baristas.
S-Fan knows.
Yep.
Melbourne baristas can walk into cafes anywhere across the world and be offered a job. They're just that good. So we've got a little coffee maker and grinder over here because, come on, we have to have a nod there. The last room of our build was one that Aussie and I actually put together on stream for the most part. I did build the architecture of it all earlier, but then the bits and pieces we all put together. So one of the things when we started the build, the outside, the rest of the rooms in the house were very dark and moody and grey and dark woods and metal. And then this room, Aussie was like, nah, marble. I want it gleaming and shining like silver. And I'm like, okay, look, look, there has to be some cohesion here. So with the help of a couple of friends, I was able to learn how to tie those together. So I replaced the darker walls with lighter ones in the rest of the house so that we could tie in through the marble here. And then I've added some of those Belemeth wood beams to sort of just darken the tops and bottoms, and then sunk some benches into the walls to get you that little bit of detailing, just to bring that kind of Silver Moon essence back, because we have hidden that sort of gilded sort of area. But and changing the floor to the darker wood from the marble, it felt like it tied the house together in a, like, we've still got that gleaming marble, but it's just not quite as stark a difference. And I'm really happy with how it turned out. And I hope Ozzy is too.
No, it's
his house
amazing.
after all.
And my background in World of Warcraft is very much raiding. I've been playing the game for like 2 decades now. Raiding is what I always come back to. So this is the room that I'm excited to expand on with the new expansion and getting all the new cool bits and pieces. And I can come and display them in my trophy room. That's why I wanted the rest of the house cozy like vibes. But this room was the like trophy room to really display like the spoils of war. So I'm excited.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, 100% the trophy room. All of the little knickknacks on all the shelves and things. If players are recreating this in their own homes, they can be replaced with whatever you're proud of, whatever your rating highlights or gaming highlights really have been throughout the years. This is your space to display what you are proud of and what the parts of Warcraft that you love. So we've got a couple of bits from Ozzy here. He played an engineer and a miner, so we've got the forge in the corner so he can smelt his bars. Got the PvP chest from Warsong Gulch and Anixia's head, and our flaming orb from, it's not actually from Firelands, but it definitely evokes those thoughts of Ragnaros. And yeah, so this is all Ozzy.
There's my house, and then again,
on the table,
done a fantastic job. So I came in with a pretty tough brief here as well. And again, Fia's background is collecting. She's got a ridiculous amount of achievements and collections in the game, but we didn't want to bring too much of the kind of ultra rare cosmetics into the build. It was very much like someone can get on. Again, the builds we've already looked at are fantastic, absolutely phenomenal and mind blowing. But I hope this has given people an example of what a returning or new player could jump on and hopefully attainably build, but still make something very nice and touching.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing. I'll say just without bias, I lived in Sydney for about a year. So the first thing I thought of was, do you have spider references? Tim Tams, coffee, and Vegemite, and you had all 4 of those. So I was like, that's perfect. So well done on that.
And we had a little bit of New Zealand. We had to put a bit of New Zealand in there. Sorry if you are watching and you are a Kiwi. We had to go green and gold. Green and gold was a lot easier color aesthetic to hit than black and white throughout the whole house. It would have looked a little bit weird. So
yeah, nailed it. Amazing.
From a design perspective too, the layout is so amazing because I think a lot of people tend to just stuff things against the walls when they're designing, but you really utilize the center of the space, especially with that tree with all the seating around it. It's very impressive, and also all of the details on the wall in that one room where you really made all of the gold elements. I know that took so much time, and it's very impressive.
Oh, it did. That was a big part of the build, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another thing is, I think one trick is like when getting in the housing, it's really easy to go, okay, well, I have a square room here. I'm just going to decorate it like with everything against the wall. I loved how you used the partitions and the pillars to really break up the spaces in some of the rooms to make it kind of a more unique space. I think one of the hardest things is decorating an empty floor plan. So I think by bringing all those things in, it makes it easier for you to have like nooks and crannies to kind of decorate.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. I have to say, when after that first ideation stream, and Ozzy was like, "Cool, have fun, good luck," and then he left, and I'm standing there in this empty house, like, "Oh no, where do I start?" It was so overwhelming right at the beginning, but then once you get started with it, the process just flows. The tools that we're given for housing are incredible, and I'm really proud of what we managed to put together.
Yeah. Beautiful work.
We're using the we very heavily there. I was kind of present at parts for it, sure.
Listen, creativity is a big part in all of this, Ozzy. Take some credit.
Really is. You gave me some
You guys did
inspiration.
well.
Thank you.
That's a very cool build. I love the details in the marble room as well.
Yeah.
I think that's a very genius way of how to tie it together, and also those closets.
Yeah,
really.
And the spiders.
Very
and stuff
cool.
Too. Yeah, I love all this stuff. Anytime it's like, oh, like we're part of this community, like any sort of reference like that, it's great. I love that stuff.
Absolutely.
So.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys so much. We'll, of course, look at all of the houses later once again, but that's been it from you guys for now. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you for taking us to the land down under.
Yeah, thank you guys.
You're very welcome.
And we're going to take a moment and look at all of the community houses. Well, some of them anyway, because we have some community houses for mainly you guys to look at and maybe give us some knee-jerk reactions as to what you would be looking for if they were in the competition, what you like, maybe what you dislike. If you want to be a little bit mean, you can do that. They're not in the competition, so we can just show them and you can roast them. I'm sure there's not much to roast here. Of course, the creators are always going to be at the bottom there. So this one is from Art Lobau. And this is a very busy one, but I love the staircase.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the use of color too is really impressive. I didn't even know that you could do color like that.
Yeah, that's amazing. whether that be windows or paintings, I mean, well done. Like making those images, like the mountains on the back there on the wall. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Speaking of windows or paintings, I think that's such like it's such an interesting thing that people kind of came up with on their own. They were like, yeah, I want to be able to see outside, and then they just do that in a way that it's however they want their outside to look. That's how they get. So it's cool.
Wow.
Oh wow! Look at this.
It's from GP at Home.
How do we make all the stuff in the far distance? I'm so intrigued. This, yeah, how?
It's almost like Cyberpunk WoW. Another one.
Yeah.
Xalotath, if she was an engineer.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I saw this one on social media. Amazing when I saw this one.
Yeah.
I think the first thing we always do internally is just link it around. Did you see this?
Look
Did
at
you see this? Yeah, it's crazy.
Very, very awesome.
Look at what this person made.
All right, here's
Oh,
King
wow.
of Volpera.
Oh, the king.
Oh,
The king himself. Wow.
The king, yes.
I think something so interesting about these builds is like they use assets from so long ago, like a lot of Pandaren stuff from here.
Yeah.
And we were worried that like, oh, is the art gonna even hold up? But clearly, it still does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the circular aspect of this space. There's so many different round elements, and it really makes the style cohesive. And with all of the books and stuff, it just looks like a real space that you'd see in real life.
Yeah.
All those little details up there. And then we have Sebastian TV
Ooh.
taking us for a little bit more of a, Alp chic is how I would call that. Alpine chic.
Oh, I love how cozy. I mean, I love bringing in the nature from outside to inside, like with all those the vines and stuff like that on the ceiling.
Very warm tones all throughout. Sometimes not as easy to match all the wood surfaces to each other, even though they have the same name. It can be a challenge.
Yeah, the water element is fun too.
And you talked about how like you can use different colors, and having those different colors kind of come together, and they don't all have to match.
Yeah.
You can have things be a little bit different, and that's really what makes them hit.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Kamui is a contestant here. What is her house doing? How did we allow that one? Xalotath truly has her ways. So this is her own house. This is not the house that Mr. GM built for her, but maybe this will give us something to compare against, because that is very much what she put on her Pinterest board.
Yeah, I feel like Xalotath might be drawing some inspiration from Medieval and just find a way to cheat a little bit extra here and get 2 submissions in.
Yeah, this organ is amazing.
Very cool.
Yeah, and the curtains in that other shot with the bed, they're really nice.
Very voidy. Got that color all throughout, tying everything together. Even though we do have those different assets, that Pandaren gold box there. Yeah, very cool. Awesome.
Yeah, amazing.
Those have been some of our community houses. You could build yours because Midnight Early Access comes in 2 days. If you pre-order, you get to play it now already in the housing, and then Midnight in 2 days. Pretty exciting. And I think we're going to continue with our contestants.
Yeah, we're going to keep it going.
We're going to keep it going here, Steph and SOULSOBREEZY. So let's take a look at what they built. Quick reminder, it was all very nature themed. We're trying to go inside a tree trunk, I think is kind of where we're headed. So that is very exciting, and we'll see if we can get them on the line as we are getting ready for their showcase. This is a halfway checkpoint, so we've seen 4 teams. We have 4 more teams to go. I hope you guys took great notes, because it's of course a lot of impressions that are coming for us here as we move through those builds. And I hope chat at home took some notes as well, as there will be a community vote that will also receive prizes at the end of the day. So very important for you guys to all take note of everything here. It will be on the test.
Yeah, you guys stay engaged. Make sure you guys are gonna make a big impact on the winner of this competition here. It's the community vote's big time.
All right, Steph, Soul, can we hear you? Are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes,
I
we
think
can
we're
hear
here.
you.
Beautiful. Then
Hi.
take us into the Grove.
All right.
Wonderful.
So, well, I want to emphasize first, like this was a pretty difficult build to put together because we're trying to create this really intense, like natural space that's inside what is I tried to make this feel like a sort of hollowed out tree or cave. So we're going to encounter lots of like really tight spaces. You can kind of see the ground itself. It's like, everything is rock, from ceilings to walls and everything. But we also framed it with a lot of trees to set a sort of tone as to like, really big emphasis on nature. So you're going to see like what I call greens just all over the place. It's just dripping wherever I found like any sort of crack. Furniture, it's not even like really stable because it's standing on rocks. So there's lots of like planks and other things that are set aside to, to help lay down furniture. Now we do have a lot of guests over because you can kind of consider this a housewarming for the two of us, a holy priest and a protection paladin. So we're going to have a lot of strong emphasis on, a little bit of. It's going to be very grounded in Warcraft stuff. It's going to be the kind of space that you're going through. And it feels like a place that players, if they were to come in here, that it's, very much a Warcraft vibe. And I think Steph had something to say about the particular decor we're using.
Yeah, so something that I stressed to Soul really early on was I am a huge Orc fan. I've been a Horde player for 2 decades. It's my heart and soul. So I really wanted to see Orc aesthetic represented in our build, and he did a great job of staying faithful to that rustic Horde architecture mixed with the natural cave, and you'll see it pop up as we continue through the build. Soul, was there anything you wanted to highlight in the entryway?
Well, yeah, I mean, first off, we came in right through this custom door. I wanted to make something, again, that felt like really natural, like as soon as we're coming in to really set the tone, as soon as you enter the space. Now, of course, when we come in, we have guests over. We just finished a hot pot dinner. We're all just kind of standing around, chilling, vibing, having some snacks and what have you. And then we just kind of invited people to, just kind of hang around and see what it is that we put together. But as we proceed from here, we go into this hollowed out chapel that, we could say that our adventurers discovered on the way over. So as we go in, you can. I really wanted to emphasize the kind of contrast of, this unnatural dark that we set up with the light, and you can see it shine really brightly. We have a couple folks here saying their prayers, hoping that I don't choke during this presentation. That's a big thing for me. And I really wanted to kind of emphasize how the light is just producing all this extra growth. Like here, you can see like some notable growth coming from one of these shafts of light, which I really wanted to emphasize. And I think I did a pretty good job of creating like this kind of fusion of holy light, natural space, and contrasting with this sort of like ruin that was discovered. I thought it was pretty cool.
Very, very much. And then there was that pantry space on the other side. Did you want to say anything about that before we proceed?
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I wanted to set up like something pretty basic because these are kind of like, as adventurers, we've been doing this thing for about 20 or so years. We've been murder hobos, wandering around the lands and different times and galaxies and what have you. So not too big on like the cooking stuff. So that's why we sort of cheated. It's like, hey, let's all get together and do like a hot pot dinner instead.
And then we proceed through this curtain. Take us through, Soul.
Cool. So as we go in, like I said, things really, really tighten up. We have these really tight, cozy spaces filled with rocks and greens, but I wanted to add a little bit of whimsy as well. We have like some cool little animal spots. If you want to do like a sort of Instagram shot, hey, feel free to go ahead. All of our little fuzzy friends are there to give us a kind of a good time. So you might want to watch your step, make sure you don't like trip over stuff because, pretty unstable ground. And we proceed over to this little treasure room that we have set up. Now, the kind of story that we're telling here is, well, once again, we've been adventurers in Azeroth for quite some time. This is kind of the first time we're setting up a brand new home, and well, we're not very good at setting up all of our stuff. I mean, we're used to having bankers take care of all of our things, and now we're doing it ourselves. So it's kind of a struggle. We're doing our best to kind of keep things together, but well, we sort of left a mess. But I really wanted to, capture that sort of depth of like all the things that we've been collecting over the years and then some, and the things that we're going to be collecting in just a few days once we get to midnight.
Absolutely. I feel like I like that room because I feel like I got home from the raid and I just shoved every piece of gear that I'm not going to use into the closet and shut the curtain. It's all gone now. But it continues.
If it's not sharded, it's gonna like go into like that little bin.
Exactly.
Now, as we climb up through this cave, I just kind of like ran into this. It kind of opens up into like these multiple spaces that we have here. So you can kind of see at the back wall, that's my room. That's the Paladin's room. But it's kind of like this big open space, and there's going to be a pathway that'll take us there. Just below that, you can see a leather curtain that'll take you to Steph's room, where she'll kind of take things from there. And then there's going to be a little bit more to explore. But first, let's go over to the Paladin's room right this way. Now, through the shroud, it looks pretty minimal, but to our left, we have, well, this contraption. It's like the most, because not only am I a protected paladin, I'm also an engineer. And so what better way to show off my engineering prowess with the most ridiculous toilet I can possibly put together. So it has all the gears and fixings. You can kind of see at one corner, you see like this little teeny tiny piece of arcane scroll. That's actually the automatic toilet paper dispenser.
Oh, heck yeah.
It took a lot of technology to put it together, but it mostly works 20% of the time. And I wanted to be really lazy too. You can kind of see right above that kind of sink area right there, you have this sort of waterfall shower because I'm very lazy. So I might as well just kind of stand there, let the waterfall do its thing, and then I'll just air dry because that's good enough for me. And so as we go around the corner here, we'll enter the actual room space, which is kind of like a loft. And I wanted to emphasize, just a couple of my favorite things. One, I love dogs, so I stole all the puppy plushes and I plopped them on the bed. I love coffee as well, so I have a mug that's chilling there, and I have a little bit of what I call branding for paladins, representing the silver light. But I also, wanted to stick to the aesthetic of the house, so I'm sticking to the rugged furniture, pretty much wherever I can.
Okay.
From here, I'll go ahead and let Steph lead you down to her space.
Sure. So below this loft bedroom that Soul uses, there's another curtain. We proceed into another tight, plant-encroached tunnel and discover a crystallized cavern. Lots of Draenithist in here, very priestly, crystals to channel the light, and a more muted color palette, something more dimmed and relaxing. On the side here is Dogara, that's my orc's name, her bedroom. I see the bed is in use by a guest. That's fine. But, there's lots of floral life in here, maybe plant life cultivated for comfort and scent, a journal, a teacup, all kinds of things to make it an inviting and cozy place to live. Some writing areas on the side, literature, research, and this cauldron above my head here. I'm very proud of this. On the last day of the build, I spent like over 100,000 gold on the auction house grabbing this stuff so that Soul could put a crystal cauldron floating in my bedroom, and he did it, and he did a great job. And it's my prized treasure is that cauldron. Over here is a vanity because orc ladies like to be glamorous as well. I'm also in real life, I'm a trained makeup artist, so I wanted to see that represented in my home alongside the adventurer side of me. And in the very back, there's this serene sort of bathing room with, again, another subterranean garden, more Draenithist crystals, and just a very chill vibe for relaxing after a long day's raid. As well, the Magar banner. You got to represent. The orcs have to be represented in here. Were you going to say something, Soul?
Yeah. I was just going to go ahead and lead us out. And then the quick story, at least the build story behind the this blacksmith cauldron here is that, I decided, well, okay, these crystals, they got to do something. So I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to put more greens and just make it, just emphasize that, hey, it's not just the holy light, but it is, it's this special crystal cauldron that happened to be a recipe to cause this, another burst of life inside this place. So,
very good.
Housekeeping might be a bit of a struggle here. We have to, constantly deal with, growth like all the time around every single corner. But we do have a couple more rooms to show you.
Yes.
Just a bit of a climb. Again, watch your step. Make sure we're good. So now we enter a different sort of treasure room. This time it's this kind of international library. So just a lot of collections of things that we've been reading about, learning about over the years, things that we've looted and didn't want to just put into the bank or vendor or anything like that. And so we just have a nice little cozy spot if we want to read, maybe discuss things, and otherwise, maybe get a little bit away from the tightness that we have and that we enjoy in our other rooms. But otherwise, like a cool spot that I wanted to set up, very well lit, but of course surrounded by tons and tons of greens. And especially at one part here, we see like even more emphasis on the trees. Lots of walls that help to line up the space. And then finally, let's go outside. Because we're kind of in this hollowed out tree, we kind of go out this opening in the side of the tree into this sort of loungy area. Really cool spots, full of stars and lights and all sorts of cool stuff in between. But now I want to invite the camera folks to hang out on this chair that has been cleverly set up. And let's see if we can get like this nice cool little angle when we sit down.
First person.
I don't know if I need to sit down or...
There it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah, so this little structure is being used with, I believe, about 200 or 300 of the filigree lights that you get from the Dragon Isles. So the thought in mind was, it'd be really cool to take one of those kinds of structures those art structures where it looks like who knows what at first, but when you sit down just the perfect way, from the perfect angle, then it becomes something else entirely. And so I thought that it'd be really cool to do a sort of a branding thing right at the top to really contrast with the outdoor space, and it'll be a cool way to round things up.
That is insane.
Yeah, I love this. Can we see you walk into that spot? I don't know if the camera tech. Yes,
that is crazy.
This is so cool.
I gotta. Can I see? I gotta see this for myself. If I can. I'm gonna go take a seat actually myself, because this is. I mean, that is insane. Like that is wild.
That is incredible. Just so you know, Espen just stormed off set. He's on his way to come right over to your build to experience this for himself, I think.
We will have a warm cup of tea ready for him.
What? That is insane. That is holy cow. Yeah, and as you kind of move away from it, it's like it just kind of looks like nothing. And then you walk in, and then immediately right there, it's like, oh, wait a second. That's insane. That is wild. Holy crap. That's insane.
Yeah, amazing build. I think one thing you guys did so well is like the entire like layout structure of the house is just gone. Like you walk in and you just don't know where like a room starts or a room ends or how you connected either a big room or a small room. You just can't tell. And I think you did that so well here. Really sold the illusion. And then number two is like your own player stories. You were saying, oh, I'm an engineer, or I'm a priest, or I'm a paladin, or I'm a warrior, or I'm an orc. Like all of that is baked into here, and I love that. I think one of our goals was like, hopefully housing can allow players to just tell their own story. And I think, if anything, you guys really did.
Yeah, it's a very daunting challenge to create a design of a house with no walls and to just take that on and do it so confidently, and it came out so well. And then at the top, it actually looks like you're coming out of a tree. And then, of course, those stars. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this when we first looked at your Pinterest board, at your ideas. It's very hard to create those round, those natural shapes in a system that is so square to begin with, right? You need to put a lot of extra items in there to create the shapes that you were looking for, and I think you guys did an exceptional job at that. I'm really curious to see the floor plan for this. I don't know how you guys feel. Like, I want to see how it's made up, because it's so interesting with all those pathways.
Yeah, like I saw the outside. I mean, the outside makes sense, but the inside.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I'm ready to get my mind blown.
Wow, very, very cool.
It kind of almost feels like it's like you carved I know it's inside of a tree, but the kind of energy that I get from it, it's almost like you carved, like it's like in Ungoro is kind of what it makes me think of. It's like carved out of a cave and there's like trees growing inside of it, and I get that whole sort of thing. It's like an orc did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, when we were in the ideation phase, I specifically mentioned the crystal caves in Ungoro when we were talking about the lowest bedroom. So I'm glad that you picked up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done on just like, the tiering. You start with like rocks, and then as you go up, I noticed that the materials change to wood, and
The
eventually,
white color.
you're just up on the tree. So well done.
Yeah, very
Thank
cool.
you. No, thank you very much.
Thank you guys for showing off your house. We truly enjoyed it, and we're going to be keeping this show moving. So thank you for taking the time to show your home to us. But we have 3 more contestants we want to take a look at, so we would be amiss to not go right on over there. And the next one, we already saw her own house. Xalatath did show it to us in the community showcase. However, here's the one that Mr. GM built for her. So let's hear from Kamui and Mr. GM. Are you guys here with us already? I guess that's a no. All right. We're going to be waiting for them to come on there. Of course, I feel like, pressure is a little bit up now that we saw her own house.
Well, 100%. I mean, I think Xalatath here is, I mean, she has a standard. I mean, she expects the best.
Of course.
And if it's not the best, it's not good enough.
That's right.
So, I mean, I think it's very high stakes for Mr. GM here.
100%. And no, if Xalatath doesn't, the bad guy thing doesn't really work out for her, she could always be an interior designer. I think it would work out.
Which, depending on, you could be a bad guy interior designer, Like you could, come in and be like, hey, your house is, like those TV shows, the home makeover, and they throw their house in the garbage and they make a new house, but sometimes you got to be the bad guy to be the good guy. Oh, wait, am I turning? What's happening?
Aww.
I'm a paladin.
Espen having
Strap
some
home.
identity
What?
crisis over here.
Oh, this was right.
I'm hoping there's this type of piano that she built that's also in there. Maybe, they took the blueprints over. That would be cool. But other than that, I'm expecting a lot of books, a lot of void, a lot of orbs, I think, and a lot of stars from this one.
Yeah.
A lot of cool lighting features.
Hopefully also some skybox rooms as we are getting them on their way to us. And we'll see what Xalatath has in store. She has a lot going on. She's working on world domination. You cannot expect her to be on time all the time. So sometimes we just have to wait a little.
Well, some people their time is the right time.
That's right.
And
she would be one of those people.
She would be one of those people. I know several people like that. Myself would be one of them sometimes.
Right.
But it is now my time to stop talking because it looks like we're ready to take a look inside. What is he wearing? Is that a onesie?
Kamui GM, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Oh.
Well, you guys have the stage, the floor. Take us into Xalatath's lair.
All right, well, there's been some pretty good builds so far, so let's knock it down a few pegs. So we've got, this is my portal door that I created. So it's made with a rug and I believe a fountain. And we hid a little door in the back there, which is kind of neat. I think the actual effect ended up being pretty good for the most part. So as we wander down, I believe we are seeing the lighting here. So we're using the level 6 thing called the Hearthlight armority, yep, something like that. But it creates a pretty good effect in this whole building where we've got sort of like a midnight theme here. Now we've basically just used everything that has ever existed that's purple in the game. So as you can see on the walls, we're kind of using these purple curtains. There is actually a purple roof as well, which was one of the default options, which was nice. Also, it turns out everything purple is very expensive, so that's been wonderful. So we're using the Draenei runes, obviously, from the crafting here as we take a left into the kind of bedroom of Xalatath. Now, she doesn't really sleep, but she did request a bed, and for some reason has quite an affinity for plush animals, as you can see here on the bed. Yeah, really enjoys that.
Yeah, that's a very normal amount of plushies.
It's plenty. it's certainly a lot. I don't even know if she can get in there, but that's okay. This is the pet griffin, which was requested by Xalatath. Xalatath was extremely demanding on most things, so we have a few things. She forced me to complete the BFA meta achievement. Now I hadn't done anything towards it, and that's what I was been doing. So we got this Heart of N'Zoth here on the table. So it's been a real rough week. Now. The organ, there was an attempt. Now we have this sort of organ, but it's a little bit of a bodge. But I think it does the job. It plays some jaunty tunes, I would say, and it's not quite to Xanathaf's standard, but I tried my best, you know. So as we leave the room, you sort of have this cool purple effect through the door as well as you go through, which I think is just an invisible sort of curtain type thing as we go into the bathroom, but it is literally just a bath. Now, this is where Xanathath cleans her feet. And there was a heavy request for purple flowers, so we did feature that on here, as well as a big purple pipe at the back, bringing in sort of the void energy, as well as various, just lots of crystals and purple, and just loads of different things kind of going on here. These kind of purple lights were sort of, I think I rotated them, put them through the wall a little bit to create this sort of kind of effect of lighting here, along with the kind of Draenei string lights on the roof. The floor as well, as you can see, is kind of marble, but also down here it's kind of expanded rugs, which actually ended up being pretty good as we pass all of the little lamps on the wall. Now into the sort of main area on the Pinterest, one of the main things was the kind of bookcase room of sorts. Now Xanathath has quite the obsession with the crystals from the Drakthir Endeavor, so spent a lot of community coupons on those, but totally worth it for the effect, as well as the filigree moon lamps, which we saw Soul use momentarily a minute ago to give a pretty good effect. So here we've kind of got them floating around, as well as sort of a big wall of bookcases here, as well as the kind of ethereal pipes as well, sort of giving a pretty good lighting effect for the most part. Now, at the back here, as we go up the stairs, which were created by lots and lots of tables, we have the throne room. Now, this is a working throne, as Xanathath will take a seat right there in the water. And we have sort of different things around this room. So we have like a scroll here for her to study the dark magics of the void, as well as a nice image of Dalaran, which, you know, is kind of in memoriam, I guess. Perhaps, as well as her best friend Illyria here, with something through the picture, though. Not really sure what that is, but looks sharp. And yeah, just a lot of kind of purple lighting. This is sort of being created in an outdoor room as well. So we've sort of created sort of a fake floor of sorts here with the rugs, and they've been flipped over and dyed and sort of created this purple floor here. The roof is also created by like I think it's a Draenei like conservatory type thing, and I think the effect is good because you sort of still have that sort of the moon and the stars and the clouds all shining through at the top as well. So I think overall we ended up quite good. And obviously at the back of the throne we have the Dark Heart. Once again, Xanathath being very demanding forced me to do the War Within meta achievement to receive that. So as said, not much time building, a lot of time just getting achievements and getting stuff for it. But as said, Xanathath can be extremely demanding when it comes to building, and hopefully she's happy with what I created.
Yeah. She's not weighing in, so I just think she is. She was clapping for you there, so I think you gotta pick your wins, man. You certainly build everything purple, which is what you strive to, and I think there's some cool stuff in there. I appreciate the insight on how some of those things were built.
Yeah, I think you absolutely like nailed your Pinterest board, like just making sure you got that move correctly, getting the lights, getting the colors. The library thing was something I was really interested in. I know using the housing system, it's tough to get like a lot of vertical height, and you definitely sold that with the library, so well done there.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive that you were able to turn items that aren't necessarily purple into a way that they look purple just due to the lighting that you use, and I think that's really impressive and makes it match the mood board even better.
Yeah, they do say purple equals win. So I think Xanathath is a big believer in the purple equals win, and I think Mr. GM did a great job of building that out for her.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of achievements, like you said, were farmed in order to get some of those pristine prestige items. That is something you have to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. I do love the library as well. I think libraries are always cool, and especially the more floors they have, the better. I will say on that organ, maybe the one we saw prior was a little bit more flashy, but I will give it a good, nod towards attempt.
Absolutely. I think the organ was still really cool. I think with Xanathath's guidance, you could probably upgrade that in no time.
Well, thank you guys so much for showing us Zalatath's world domination base. We're going to be looking at all of our houses once more later on, but that's
Great
it.
job, Dan. You did really good.
There we go. See? True German fashion. I appreciate it,
Kamui.
Kamui.
Mentioned that you had like only a few hours for this whole build, because I think that was like the most important part.
Amazing.
Yes.
It's incredible.
Thank you guys so much. We're going to be moving on here, and we're going to be going over to our next team.
Yes.
And that will be Stormfall and CRIKEN. Now, Espen, you have been trying to... Oh, actually, it's QUARTERJADE and Masayoshi. So you have been trying for both of these teams to sow a little bit of disdain.
Yeah, so is not a strong enough word.
Okay.
For what I think I've been doing. I think I've been trying to poison the well. You know?
Yes.
I've been doing the best I can to do that, and I don't think I succeeded. But you know, maybe I will be proven wrong, and maybe there will be a lot of infighting that occurs between the following two teams due to my efforts.
Well, for both of them, this is certainly true. So we're going to take a look at QUARTERJADE and Masayoshi's build next. Quick reminder, we were going for everything mage in terms of themes. So if they're here with us, we can go. Can you guys hear us all right? I guess not. All right. Here is our Pinterest board of them once more. I did love about this Pinterest board how much of the housing items and housing screenshots that exist out there, they were actually utilizing to bring their vision to life. It's just smart, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and then they have that looks like some concept art. Is that what that is over there? On the right side?
Yep.
Or is that, yeah.
Yep.
So Jay's like, yeah, I've seen that before. So yeah, no, I think it's super cool that even on Pinterest, like people are like going and posting there. You know what's funny is I remember this reminds me of the first time I ever saw like a WoW screenshot on like I don't know if it was Facebook or what, and I was like, wait, what? Like it like blew my mind.
Yeah.
As somebody who started playing WoW in 2004, and then seeing like a screenshot of something in game on like a Twitter or Facebook or something, like it like blew my mind. But now it's like, yeah, I should be used to this by now. But then seeing it on Pinterest, to me, like it's like, oh wait, yeah, that totally makes sense for the housing stuff and like trying to put stuff together. Like that actually totally makes sense. It's crazy. So, no, it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a couple times on Pinterest, on TikTok, everything, where a video will come up of WoW housing, and I'm like, what game is this? And I was like, oh.
Oh, that's
like,
our
oh,
game.
yeah,
That's us.
That's our game.
That's a question, if I can, Jay. How long has it taken? Because they were talking about like, oh, they only have a certain amount of hours to build these houses here in our contest.
Yep.
How long does it take you to build one of these like showcase houses? How many hours do you think you put into these?
That's a good question. I mean, I will say when I was making the showcase houses, I had like an internal build, so I had all the items.
Yes.
So that saves me
you
a
didn't
lot
need
of
to
time.
farm anything.
That's true. So I mean, I guess that kind of skews the time because if you're taking out the farming
Fair.
and stuff like that, and I just
Yeah.
have like infinite of everything that I need, so it's a lot easier to just drag and drop. But yeah, it was shorter than I think our communities have to do this stuff. Yeah.
All right. So, well, if you have been playing, you know, and you have been collecting a lot, you also would have had enough time. That is certainly the takeaway we have here. I personally always take forever to find like the right angles, and a little bit of a hack for everybody at home. If you are struggling with trying to get the right angles or the right size, if you hold shift, it will go in increments of 10. That's something I learned a couple of months ago, but it's a really, really good hack.
You know what I like with this is semi-related, but like just the idea of like kit bashing things is like so fun to me. Where it's like you have like one item and then or like one, let's say it could be anything, any sort of prop, and it's like, yeah, this is like supposed to be a hammer, but what if like we take this part and just like shove it in the ground and it's just a rock now, which is. I mean, not the most creative thing, but I just had this in my hand, so I thought about it like, sick, it's a rock. But, like a well-placed rock could be something that is, what they say, one man's rock is another man's treasure.
That's right.
You say that all the time.
That's a very common thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
You're welcome for the wisdom. That's the word you're looking for.
I really appreciate that,
Yeah.
Esmond.
The
Now we both shared.
education is
Now
another.
we both shared good hacks.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a huge education guy. and I like to educate people on rocks.
Well, we do have them with us now. So here are QUARTERJADE and Masayoshi with their mage build. You guys have the floor already. We can see you. Can we hear you?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. You can take it away.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Mana Meadows. Are you with me outside at the moment? Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, we are with you.
Ah, excellent, excellent. Well, here you get to see the foundation, our fire, arcane, and frost flowers. The heart of the Mana Meadows, right here. Our entryway to the front and in. The beautiful fountain getting a little bit overgrown, but we're tending the garden. We're working on it right now. But I believe Jody is gonna take it to you inside. I'll meet you in there.
Open the door. Go through the door, probably.
Going in. Now this is the Mana Meadows. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The heart where mana is made in all of Azeroth. Welcome. Yes, yes.
Pretty important place.
So this is where it comes from. What the heck?
This is where it comes from. Protected here, encased in our tree. Our fellow mages. Jody, any touches you want to have on the scenery here?
My favorite thing in this hallway is actually the tree, specifically because I spent a lot of money on this glass table that I had to put in the tree. And so, you know, I just want everyone to notice that that tree does indeed have a really expensive table in it.
Wow. Very nice. Well, you are so rich. What an honor to be in your presence.
Also notice the lily pads, huh? Look at that! Yeah!
Very good.
We have learned through this entire experience that the WoW building is just like held up by carpets.
Yes.
Like rugs are truly carrying this
The circular rug
entire
is
experience.
a
Yes.
multi-talented item.
I've learned a lot.
Rocks and
I like
rugs!
the zoom in lily pad.
Rocks and rugs, huh? And then carrying on through the Mana Meadow, you can travel through the Crystal Cave. Ah, yes. Beautiful, beautiful. And then finally, you make it to the Mana Well.
Nice.
Aww.
Thank you for that
Very
sound
beautiful.
effect. That really carried it.
Our fellow mages, very long day from their M+ keys and raids, fighting bravely, hanging out here in the Mana Meadow.
Oh, I love how those like tables are
Any-
floating too.
Any little details you'd like to talk about, Jody, at our Mana Well? Jody,
Sorry, what was that?
any little details you'd like to talk about our Mana Well in the Mana Meadow?
I am pretty new to playing WoW, and so I really did not understand what class and what made whatever. Like, I didn't know what elements were in the game, I'm gonna be honest. And so through this experience, I've learned a lot. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for some colors and aesthetics. And so there's probably some items on here that don't like go with their core like element, but pretty color, purple, red, green, blue.
This is true. Jody was level 30 when she was making this. When we were like trying to figure out how to like make this, she was a level 30 druid. I was trying to teach her like about the arcane and the mage, the specializations. But I think the coloring came out very well. Her vision came to fruition.
Yeah, level 30 and you did all this? That's actually quite amazing, actually.
What the heck?
Even just your sense of color to like, I just think it looks pretty. I think it actually worked out pretty good for a mage theme.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I love with that outdoor fountain that you added those lights underneath, so it adds that little magical element, and also the stones when you're walking through the hallway. It's just really creative.
Wow, thank you. You guys get me.
Yeah, you know, some would call those stones rocks.
Yeah, you could make them out of a hammer, you know, but Esmond would tell you all about that.
And some would call those treasures.
It's enough now. Well, thank you so much for showing us your beautiful mana well and meadow. I think that's a question we all have been asking. Where does that mana come from? And now we know.
Now we know.
I love the little prop artists that have been placed all throughout.
Yeah.
You know, the little mages everywhere.
Yeah, no, it's super good. I will say, just this is like a personal advice thing, huge mistake letting people know where the mana comes from, because now everybody's going to complain to you guys whenever they're out of mana. So,
true.
Yeah, now we know.
Hey, my house is open for all. Come, you know, whenever you want. Come get some mana.
Okay, well, sounds
Unless
good.
you use like energy though, like don't come around.
Oh, no rogues or warriors?
No rage, no energy, nah.
Oh, okay. Everybody else.
Everyone else though.
Yeah.
Those are a different house. You know,
Yeah,
rage, the
different
rage house, energy house, different house.
Yeah. Death Knights too, no Death Knights.
But what if I just wanted to swing by?
No, they said no. That's their house.
I'll let you in. You can have a little mana bun. We can hang out.
Yeah, I won't know what to do with the mana bun as a DK, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you.
Maybe and then we can put it on display.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it looks really nice, just like this house. Thank you guys so much for sharing this beautiful, you know, build with us with all of the little details of florals or the plants. I really like that. I like the lily pad. Shout out to the lily pad.
Big lily pads.
Big lily. Well, they're small.
Well, you know,
small
the
and
big
lily
time. I
pads.
should say big time lily pad.
That's right.
Yeah.
So thank you guys so much. But we do have one more team we'll need to take a look at. So that is it for the Mana House for now. The Mana Meadow, as we say. I do like, you know, all the little details, the use of like the curtains there. I think they really went with like big scenery all together, and I think it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, totally. It's crazy. It kind of looks like that last shot where it was like, you know, through the hallway with all the green and like the trees and leaves and everything. Like it felt like a really, really expensive hotel. Like, you know, I got that energy.
You would know about that, yeah.
Well, I mean, I've been in one. I've never stayed in one. So.
Right. Well, that leaves one last team for us to take a look at, and that is Stormfall and Kriken. Now, a lot of our other teams, you know, they had ideas for a mana house, an Australia house, a vampire cave, tree bark, tree house. These two said, what if, and this was an idea very early on, what if we build a murder mystery mansion? And they said in our pre-interview that they're definitely the team with the least items in the house, but sometimes less is more. So I am so curious how this one turns out.
Sometimes it's not about the amount of items, it's about the amount of heart. You know?
Is that another wisdom?
That's something. I don't know what it is. But I will say this. I think that these guys do have all the heart that they need, and I'm excited to see what they have to show us coming up right now.
Right. So Stormfall and Kriken, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yes. Yes,
All
I
right.
hear you.
Hello.
Well, you are here with us. We can see you standing in your house. You have the floor. If you need us to assist in any way, let us know. But other than that, we'll enjoy the show.
Well, welcome to the house to die for. Yes, on our tour you will meet many guests, and if you pay attention, not everyone is who they seem. So, come with me. Yes, this house was commissioned only this week. It was built in just a day. The builder said that they were really, really poor, so keep that in mind, okay? Oh, also, if you look out this window really, really quick right here, you'll see a replica of the World of Warcraft logo. I know you can't really look out the window, but it's there. Trust me, it's there.
Who dares look at my Warcraft window?
Oh, hello, Baron Baby. This is the Baron of the house, everyone.
Yes, welcome to my manor. It is I, Baron Baby, and I have prepared a dinner for you to die for.
He has to go prepare the dinner. But while I show you the hallway of trepidation. Yes. And if you look on my right, your left, you will see that this painting is coming to life before your very eyes. It's the green stuff, yes. It's definitely not just 2 bags of kelp.
there.
Oh God, what is that?
It is I, the Jester of Trepidation, that resides in the hallway of Trepidation. To progress further in this dinner, you must answer me riddle 1. and here's the riddle. What is the darkest time of day before the dawn?
But what is it?
You're not going to try to answer? I'm talking to you, guests and hosts watching the show.
Oh,
I know you're in there.
The darkest time
Is
before
there
dawn.
anything? Oh, man, it's probably directly in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
I wonder.
I'd say that too.
But what is the name of the middle of the night coming soon in just 2 days in early access?
Midnight.
Midnight.
Midnight! Oh, you have foiled my riddle! Ah!
Oh, well, what a quirky little guy. Let us continue the tour. And as you can see in this room, we have the dark portal of the Burning Legion, and it's definitely facing the right way.
Wob. Wob.
There it goes.
Oh, no.
Yep.
What's happening?
What is happening?
Wob. Wob.
Yep, it's facing the correct way now. Oh, but wait, do you hear something?
Who dares address me, Burning Baby of the Burning Legion? I have come forth for this dinner party that is to die for. I am the guest that no one wished would arrive, and now I'm going to kill you all unless you give me. What is that? A Murloc? No! My one weakness! I specifically said no Murloc. I'm allergic.
Oh no. Oh, wait, the Murloc is gone? Wait, what's gonna happen?
Oh dear! Well, that was a spectacle, wasn't it? We just have so many people in this house. Too many, really. I don't even know who's here, to be honest with you. But let's go find out.
Not that Murloc.
Yes. As you can see on the staircase, there's a fire. Yeah, big fire. Big fire, windows and all. And oh, what do we have here?
Hello, customers. It is I, Kobold Baby. Do you want candle? Or perhaps my wares? Take a look. Yes, we have boxes of multiple sizes and 2 variety of flour. Okay, you're just gonna pick it up? You're not gonna... It's 50,000 gold each, please. It took a lot of money to make this house when starting with very little furniture, and I could really use a bit of...
True, we're in
compensation.
debt.
We are in intense debt.
Oh, speaking of, I think I'm gonna go check on the dinner. You got this here, Kobold Baby?
Okay, yes. Let me vamp a bit about this awesome box we have here. You can put a lot of things such as armor, weapon. You can put, back here we have, this is boxes from the driftwood variety. Really anything you want, you can have. Now, shall we get to the dinner? Let's
Everyone,
go check out this
come
hallway.
into the dinner.
Oh, look, I think the Lord's back. Yes, the dinner is ready now. We will serve it. Follow me.
And pay no mind to the spooky tapestry here that was creatively made. And what do you think? You like it? Pretty cool, huh? All right, the dinner is here. Please, everyone, take your seats. As you can see, as a mechanome, I wasn't quite sure how big to make the table for the normal folk, so I may have gotten it wrong. But I think it should be roughly at everyone's eye level. Good, perfect. And you may notice we have a special guest here. Who's that?
Hello! Oh, sire, I'm a peasant you picked up off the side of the road. I'm so excited to be here. I've never
That's
been to
right.
such a fancy dinner.
Baron
This is my one
Baby
make-a-wish. I have
extends
tuberculosis.
To all local peasantry, it's an equal opportunity kind of household. Everyone can come and enjoy from my table. Please help yourself, peasant, whatever you wish.
I'm gonna have some wine, sire, if that's okay with you.
I suppose, yes, wine before dinner if you wish.
Thank
Just
you.
Be careful of the electrocution cable.
Ah, what a delicious wine. I've never tasted something so sweet.
Oh no.
Well. It seems a murder most foul has befallen this dinner party. Yes, it is I, Detective Dylan Pickle, and I'm gonna figure out who did this horrible misdeed. Tell me, have you been paying attention, hosts? Who do you think it was of the colorful cast of characters we have encountered so far today?
I think it was somebody named Baby.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
No, what? No, it's just a baby. There's no way. Absolutely not. I think it's that one, the first one that cowered in fear.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
And so it will be done. Smacks this one with my hammer.
Just getting him killed.
Well, I think he's guilty.
What?
Well, it's done. I hope you were right, because I secretly was Mini Lich King, and I rise, peasant, and join us for the dinner in the afterlife.
I'm alive.
You're alive, and maybe you can shed some light onto who did the murder all along.
Well, who killed me? I guess, I mean, whoever you want it to be, as long as we don't get 8th place.
Thank you for
And scene.
And scene. Yay.
Yay.
Well done.
Well done.
So is that guy dead for real?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no, that was.
Sorry, you killed him.
He's gone now.
Thank you so much for that show. I think we all very much enjoyed that. We were giggling along.
Can I mention at a certain point, I felt like I was watching something I downloaded off of Warcraft in 2006.
Yeah, I would definitely watch this show.
I feel like whenever they walked into the dinner table, I was like, I swear, I feel like I just like loaded up some like WMV file and I downloaded off the internet.
There's definitely some deja vu going on.
It was so funny. Like, I don't know. It was great. It was like very, it felt like a home movie. It was perfect.
Yes, Criken, we got nostalgia points.
I love
We
how
will say-
even though you didn't have that much material, you made the most out of it and created something very entertaining.
Yeah, 100%. Like
you.
you got your dinner room table, you have your creepy hallways, you have your secret portal rooms backwards. Well done.
I think we really enjoyed the idea of editing the house live while showing it, and I think that the ability that you can do that allows for things like theater in you know, that wasn't possible in this game before. So we were really happy about the interactive kind of options that this sort of tools presented. So thanks for that.
Yeah, you guys stretch it to its limits for sure. Awesome, well done.
Yeah, we definitely had a great time.
Yeah,
Thank you guys so much. That was amazing. And that kind of brings us to the end of our showcasing section. Now, I hope you guys are still feeling all right, because the pressure, I feel like, is on for sure with our 8 teams of contestants thus far. Looking at our 8 teams and everything we've seen so far, is there something that has surprised you? Maybe it start with you, Jay, coming into this as somebody that's already seen so many like creative approaches to the housing and all of the themes in there.
Yeah, I think for me, it was every group had some sort of like personal story to who they are, and they created that using the decor. Whether they had a lot or a little, doesn't matter. They decided to make those things with the decor, and I think that was like the thing that I think really touched me the most.
That's awesome. Emily, do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I think just the variety. I wasn't sure how many different aesthetics we were going to be able to get, but the variety and the different storylines, and it was very interesting, to say the least.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really enjoyed it as well, and I hope chat at home did too, because we're going to be starting our community voting very, very soon. And in order to community vote, let me just explain it real quick. The last message you typed counts. So it won't work to spam the same message over and over again. And if you last second switch, that means you vote for whatever is the last team you typed it in for. The way it works is !vote, and then the number of the team. And we will go through all the teams and show them to you again, so you will make sure you're voting for the correct team, the one you have chosen for us. We did change the order a little bit in our showcasing. So gotta make sure we got that one right. We'll let you know once it's open, but just so you heard it and you can already think about it, who would you vote for, Esfand?
Ooh, man. This is actually a tough one because there's so many good. Like all the entries were just super good. I really like the storytelling of the first and the last ones. I think all of them were, as far as utilizing the tools available to them to their fullest extent. Every single one of them, I think, did that.
Yeah.
But for me, I think the storytelling aspect of the first one and the last one were probably I would probably lean towards those two.
Well, I won't ask you to, because of course you're going to give a prize for it, so that would be unfair. I like the storytelling. I think that was really cool, but at the end of the day, it is a housing competition, right? So presentation is only part of it. I'm still torn between, I would say like 2 or 3 that I'm thinking about, which I would choose as my favorite. But I'm curious what everybody else is thinking. I'm curious what chat is going to choose. And I'm, of course, curious what our judges are thinking. You guys have a lot of deliberation to get to, for sure. So we're going to send you guys off to deliberate amongst yourself. Of course, we can't listen in on that as much as we would like. Quick reminder, while we look at our criteria here, that creativity, execution, cohesion, and alignment were the things we are looking for. Those are the things the judges are going to be basing their prizes on too. And, you know, we could tell chat to use the same judging criteria, but Twitch chat's going to do what Twitch chat.
They're gonna do what they want to do.
That's
right.
right.
You know why? That's because they're confident. They believe in themselves. Chat does. You know, they have this sort of you know, there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and chat would never ever have that arrogance. I think they're gonna go in there, be confident about their vote. They're gonna type !vote, and then the number that they want to have go up there. And remember, keep in mind, the number is not the order in which you saw the
Yeah, it's whatever is written on the left.
It's whatever is written on the left, because that was their team number. And by the way, just for the record, this is only in the Warcraft chat, not anybody else who is co-streaming.
That's right. So you got to hop on into the Warcraft channel if you want to vote for your favorite, and you can see it update in real time. Just a quick reminder, only 1 vote counts per user. There, you cannot spam it, you cannot
it's whatever the last
back and
one
forth.
is.
Whatever your last vote is sent into, instruction is at the bottom left in case you're getting confused. And we're getting another, you know, review of all of our houses. Currently looking at Kamui and Mr. GM, the Xal'atath's lair in beautiful purple glamour. Everything purple is what their goal was, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Next up, we are going to be seeing Steph and Soul's build. So we are going through them once again to show you all of the builds another time in case, you know, you forgot how some of them look like or which one, you know, the one was you thought was so cool. Everything will be on screen here.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and clarify, because I think there's some confusion. There's a couple levels of confusion. One of which is there's no space after vote and the number.
Right.
So it's exclamation point, vote, number with no space.
Yeah.
And again, if you're in Make's chat or in my chat or anybody else's chat, it's not, your vote doesn't count. So make sure you go to the Warcraft channel on Twitch.
And follow it while you're at it.
And then you can vote there. So whatever you type last, the last thing you vote for is the vote that will count.
That's right. So make sure you get on to that as we are going through all of our beautiful builds, once more showcasing the creativity of our beautiful Warcraft community. And of course, there is going to be a community prize at the end of this all. There's something on the line, so don't just give your vote away to, you know, funsies. And then there is going to be the judges prize, which is of course the main prize, but the community winner will get something as well. So just so you know, that is how that is going to work.
Yeah, and there is 12 minutes left in the vote. So make sure you get your votes in over on the Warcraft channel. Dude, this was, I mean, just going through and like kind of looking at the recap and looking at the showcase, that still blows my mind.
I like that too.
Like it looks sick. It looks cool. It looks like, I mean, it looks like perfect, right? It looks just like the WoW logo. But here's the thing that's crazy to me. How did they make it? Because
I think you have to sit down and place it in like that direction, and you just scoot them back and forwards. Like they probably have built it from the very chair where you can see it as a logo.
and then they just drag, because you can drag with the arrows.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I think it's very hard because, of course, from where you're sitting, you're going to have a hard time trying to gauge how far the distance is.
Yeah.
Like how far you can go.
And then you're
of
going
course,
to have to add more.
some of them had to be smaller and some of them had to be bigger in order to make it. So definitely not an easy task. I did like the use of the closets here for Aussie and FIAMMA. I thought that was really, really smartly done. The little closets as like the treasury room as well as the aquarium.
Yeah, the aquarium, the spider webs. And the same thing with Brazil. It's like all this sort of like Brazilian, like traditional things that you would see at your grandma's house was super cool with Davy Jones and Sonic. So, and you go out to the beach and it's like it's like Christ the Redeemer. It's like the statue. Like that's so good.
I like the exterior of the house from the fake outside as well. I think they built that really, really nicely.
Yeah, they
you can
did.
see here with like the little porch basically that they built out and the grass on top. That's a very nice touch. And even though this build, just to the first glance, it feels like a little empty, the more you look at it, the more you discover. I think that's really beautiful.
Yeah. Man, man, this is a tough one. All these are so impressive, man. Really, really impressive. I kind of going through and like whenever we see the preview of everything, it just kind of, like I said, it reminds you how close it really is. Like how creative all these guys really are.
Yeah.
Again, this is the, this was great too with the treadmill and everything. We're gonna see that in just a second. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just say that currently the Preach Gaming team is leading. So if you want your vote to count, you can put it in chat right now. And if you want to vote for the Preach Gaming team, you can as well. It's going to be vote 1 to 8. Make sure there's no space between the word and the number as we are zapping through all of our houses today. You know, I'm kind of thinking of our judges right now, what they must be deliberating on, how they want to weigh the criteria. That is definitely not easy.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough going through and, I mean, there's a reason why we have them step out to deliberate is because there's so much for them to think about, you know, and for them to go through and really see like, hey, who are we going to give this grand prize to? And I mean, chat's vote counts too. So
that's right.
Chat, you guys are a part of this community vote again. If you want your contestant to win, make sure to go to the Warcraft channel on Twitch. You know, not in my channel, not in Make's channel, not in anybody else who's co-streaming's channel. You go into the Warcraft channel and you type ! vote, number, right? Whatever the number is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then your vote will count. The last thing, if you already voted and you're like, you know what, I changed my mind.
You
know,
can.
Yeah, you could be like, I voted for Preach, but I want to vote for AUSSIANTICS. You know, then you can go change your vote. And there's only,
So we have 8 minutes on the voting. The voting will continue, but we will, of course, want to hear from our judges. We want to hear what our judges are saying. So that vote will go on as Esfand throws away the hammer, and we will bring in our judges and tell you their vote. So that vote is going to be shared first, and the community vote is going to be shared after. But community vote is not all that decided just yet. I can see Annie and Stormfall and CRIKEN actually, catching up right now to the Preach Gaming team. So they are definitely going to be going for another little under 8 minutes to decide all that.
Yeah, I mean it's a close one, and we're gonna have our judges come back into the room here in just a minute, and we'll see what they have to say as well. I think this is gonna be close. I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't want to manifest anything, but I thought we were gonna get trolled by chat.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna see like 11% across the board. I thought.
Don't tell them that, Esfand.
What?
No.
I'm just saying. I didn't want to manifest it, but they're not gonna do that.
You say that?
They're not gonna do that.
They
but
will.
No,
now
no,
that you said it.
No, they're like 40. They're by the time they finish typing it, they're gonna this is what it is. At least if it's my chat.
I was gonna say this is not just classic players. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, if it was classic players, like the arthritis would kick in by the time you vote on the second time.
Well, you guys still have a little under 7 minutes to vote for your community winner here at our Azeroth Interiors contest. And we are going to be going and continuing with our show momentarily. So make sure you take a look at all of the housing images here right now. That is the Preach one that is currently leading in points that you're seeing the Endeavor, as they called it. And they are going to be leading the pack as we will continue with our show just shortly. But yeah, what a great showcasing we have seen, and what a beautiful roster of guests we have here with us, because not only are both of our judges, Jay and Emily, back, but we're also joined by none other than Holly. Holly, welcome here to the show.
Hello.
You're not only, the grand executive producer, but you're also our fashion icon. We all adore.
Oh, you caught me out.
Right, you always do. You always do.
Appreciate
that. But yeah, we of course had to get you in here, had to get you weigh in on the styling of the houses. What has been your impression?
Blown away. I had a sneak peek last night, and just seeing and hearing you go through this, the RP, the storytelling, that's the magic of all this, the insane creativity, making a WoW logo in the sky out of like what? What are you doing? So it inspires us to there's such a huge, long future for this, and it's going to be driven by what the players are doing. It's amazing. So thank you all. So much love to you for taking part in this, and can't wait to see the rest of the community. Look at even some of the examples where you tell your story, Grandma's house, what the heck? So amazing. And a treadmill. I mean, wacky from Taliesin and EVITEL, sure. But really fantastic, outstanding, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all the different ways that people can be as creative as they can be in all the housing stuff. I just mentioned earlier, I was blown away by the WoW logo. Because I'm thinking about how do you even do that?
It's an actual art installation, right?
Yeah, Meg's actually made a good point about how they probably did it. I was like, I'm sitting there the whole time, how did they? But yeah, no, it's maybe they did it and they
You have to step down and arrange it from there, surely.
Pixel by pixel.
Yeah.
Really
Super impressive.
So cool. Yeah, there it is. That's the one we're talking about. And you look at this and you're like, oh yeah, they made a WoW logo. But then when you see it in space, it's just
Yeah.
Like, did they have a stencil? I mean, like, did they like
just drew it on their monitor?
Put it on their monitor? Like,
Yeah, right. Amazing.
it's like to scale. Like,
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, we do, of course, want to tell you guys what's on our competition pricing as well, because, of course, our competitors are going to go away with something for our community prize.
Oh my gosh, look, it's getting close.
Yes, it is getting close. For that
my gosh.
community prize, they are going to be getting some of these beautiful Home Sweet Home mugs, as well as paper pillows and the orange Murloc plush hat. You can see it there in the background of our beautiful setup here as well. And then for our main prize, they're going to be getting 2 11-inch Ashbringer replicas and 2 Home Sweet Home mugs, but I believe they're also getting 2 of the limited MSI 5070 graphics cards, and this is the first time they're being shown to the world. You are experiencing an absolute phenomenon right here, and they held a vote. There's only 2,500 versions of these, and they held a vote for Void or Light, and it turned out 70-30 in favor of Void, which means out of those 2,500 cards.
Wait, what?
Out of those 2,500 cards, 70% are Void and 30 are Light. So those cards are rare, 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 and our winner team is going to get both of these.
And you know, you mentioned how many total there are in the world?
2,500.
2,500, and there's only 2 in the world that I have touched. So there you go. Now the value has gone way up. You're welcome.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Espen, for that.
You're welcome. So yeah, no, that's yeah. Can I put? Where can I put these?
I think you can put them on the desk. Yeah, that'll be okay.
Yeah.
We hide a little bit. That's okay.
Put the light in front.
Yeah.
There we go.
These are so cool. And
Wait,
yeah,
was that really 70% said Void over Light? Because that's absurd.
it's not. It's the MSI community. They asked the community. There was a vote, and the vote said 70 Void, 30 Light. I'm sorry. I know that's hard to hear as a paladin.
I was going to say there's a paladin bias there.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, it's not. There's bias, and there's like, you know, there's truth and the light, and that's me, you know.
And there's facts, and they're sitting in front of
Yeah.
us. So. Let's take a look at our judging criteria once more as it gets close between Preach and Stormfall and Kriken, because there were 4 criteria. How difficult was it to judge around these? How did you weigh them out as you were talking about it? Maybe a little bit of insight you want to share before we reveal our winner?
The decision was super hard, I think, for us. We went back and forth a lot because I think all of the builds had something really amazing, some sort of key highlight to them that were like, oh, it just makes us love them. But then like to always kind of bring back to mind, oh, we had these 4 criteria we had to hit, and then we're trying to judge against those things. I think that was probably going to be the hardest thing.
Yeah, I think it's like I feel like anytime you're judging anything, everybody just has their own like arbitrary like this is what I think of. And it's like everybody has their different rankings for things. So it's always interesting to hear like whenever somebody's judging something like from their perspective, like, you know, maybe it's like you have the more like, some people might have something really off the wall that they're looking at, and then somebody else might look at something and it's like more of a like traditional kind of like classic sort of look, and then maybe plus something else, maybe.
That's fun. We'll talk later, my friend.
Ooh. Well, now I'm curious.
You're not going to get the answer you want, yeah.
Well, I think we are ready to reveal our winner for our judges. Holly, if you would do us the honors of revealing that winner.
Yes, we're going to plus this up a little bit, however. And they really wanted to share some honorable mentions of their own.
Yes,
it was really difficult
please.
to come to an agreement, so I'll let them carry that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a big favorite for me, it was number 6. I loved the influencer setup. I think that space was really designed really nicely. And then the whole second layer to it where you got to go underneath and see the vampires. I think the storyline was also there, and I think it was just a really impressive build. So that was definitely up there for me.
Yeah, and for me, I think Preach's team, number 1, was really close for me as well. Like the storytelling within that one, just the build, the sheer amount of things that the team created, the storytelling with the other, friends in there, acting out the scenes. I think that was just absolutely amazing. So for me, that one was like so close.
All right, so do you want me to reveal our winner?
Yes.
From our side, okay.
I do, because I know now it's not Preach, which I think is probably a very contender for many people watching.
Why would you say that?
Because he said it was close. Wait, what?
I mean, there was we were going by different criteria, by the core criteria that we gave, and I think after some discussion and just how it hit every mark of the goals for the criteria, we decided on Steph and SOULSOBREEZY.
Wow! Congratulations!
To STEFSANJATI and SOULSOBREEZY.
Well,
wow.
That is super exciting. I mean, we were all very impressed by this logo, not because of what it is, but also because of how it was done. I feel like I need to point that out. But
maybe like expo marker on the monitor or something. I mean, like, look at that.
Esfand, I think they need to teach you.
When you do
There's
the
no
Z,
way around it.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. And again, some may accuse me of being an Elven sympathizer with the thematics, but it's very, there's so many World of Warcraft notes. In all of these, there are, again, we may send you all more other stuff. I'm going to go digging around in the Warcraft closet and probably send you more, because it's so impressive. It was a really difficult decision.
Yeah, it for sure was. I think we saw the overlay for the chat vote just briefly. Maybe we could bring that up once more. I believe it was Preach. Just very closely.
That's
winning there. So they're going to win the community vote. Stormfall and Kriken also well done. But congratulations to Preach for that community vote.
Unbelievable.
As well. It was definitely a close race here for all of our 8 teams. So thank you so much for watching today. It's been our pleasure.
Yeah,
and we had so much fun.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and I do want to add like how well all of the contestants did going through and actually showcasing their house.
Yes,
because
that's not easy.
Yeah, it's something that like a lot of it seems so second nature for all of them that you don't really think about it, but sometimes like you have an idea in your head. It's hard enough to take an idea and then to have it in your head, then put it out there. Yeah, it's hard enough. That's step 1. Step 2 is taking the idea, putting it out there, and actually building it. I mean, that's usually where I get stuck. and then from there, it's being able to translate this idea that went into the game, and then now like putting it into words and really be able to explain what you did in an entertaining way. I think is super impressive, and all of our contestants did that, and it made for a really, really good show. So that was super fun to watch. So props to everybody for doing that and keeping the whole thing engaging and fun the entire time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Thank you to our judges for your expertise, for all of those insights into creativity, into interior design. Those are fields that I personally don't know much about, so I really enjoyed that as well. And we're going to be hearing from SOULSOBREEZY and STEFSANJATI right now because they're with us in Discord. So congratulations, guys!
Thank you.
Thank
My
you so
goodness.
much. We're both so honored, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You did
I'm still mostly shocked. There's some amazing builds that we were seeing. I honestly thought that that Preach and Co were going to take it home because of the amazing presentation. The execution on that was just incredible. And yeah, I thought they had it in the bag. So like definitely props to them and everyone else who had put their heart into this. I mean, that's what housing is. Housing is this expression of inside World of Warcraft that we haven't been able to achieve yet, at least not until now. And so being able to unleash people's creativity and make something and demonstrate like this whole hardcore WoW mindset that goes beyond, top DPS and getting all the cool achievements and whatnot. It's amazing that we can show off our stuff in this new form.
Yeah, and it was a thrill as well to see all the different forms that took across every single entry, because there was not, I don't think any of the builds resonated the same way. Everybody brought something unique and personal, and I thought that was really incredible. So I was honored to be a part of that, and to with Soul, you know, bring our own version of that in, and it's been awesome just seeing everybody's hard work and creativity across the board.
You know, I gotta say, one thing that I love so much about your guys' submission is like how gritty it is. You know, like having it be like so natural, like it's like in the cave, in the tree, and kind of we talked about the Ungoro stuff, and you see like all the different elements, right? Like with like the gnomish engineering, like the Ungoro crystals being like an inspiration for like a lot of the colors, and just kind of like bring in the nature and everything to it. Like you've got the orc, like kind of horde influence across the entire thing. Like it just looks gritty, and it's very, very cool and like natural looking.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Soul and I talked a lot about wanting the environment to feel immersive and to feel like Soul said earlier, grounded in Warcraft. And so when we were going through and I was giving feedback on some of the early build details, there was a lot of talk about, okay, can we make this feel more realistic? Can we make it feel more grounded? Can we make it look like this light is coming from something? Can we have plants growing over something maybe that hasn't been disturbed? So the grit and the dirt of it all, I thought, I was really hoping would come through. I'm glad you noticed.
I was able to get a lot of. I was able to get a lot of fun when trying to get everything together, and the way that we can complement the rugged look that comes from that certain kind of decor, and how it blends in with the rocks and the tons of greens. So many greens went into every little nook and cranny to just kind of help create this good contrast, and make it feel very natural, make it feel like a place that that actually looks like it's part of the game.
Well, more important question, Soul. Are you willing to teach Esfand how you made that artwork? Because he's been breaking his brains a little bit about how you guys did that. I know you showed it on stream, but are you willing to give like one-on-one tutorial to him just to like really help him out there?
Absolutely, yeah. He just needs to come on by, and then I'd be happy to show him. He can make whatever the heck branding that he feels like. It's a little bit laborious, as you might imagine, but the execution and actually doing it's pretty chill. You just kind of get a whole bunch of lights and maybe pop in a movie as you start decorating and putting things together, and it's actually pretty easy when you want to start piecing everything together.
How long did that take you? Just that art piece alone?
That piece, it took me, I would say about just like 2.5 hours to put together.
Oh, wow.
I tried something earlier where I wanted to be like, oh, can I pull off like the entire World of Warcraft midnight kind of thing? And I tried it, definitely didn't work out. And it was going to take me like it would have taken way too much time and budget, and I wanted to save that for the rest of the house. I didn't want it to, I wanted to be a focal point at the end of the visit, but I didn't want it to be something that ended up sucking up the quality of the remaining build.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just gonna say it's just sick. Like,
yeah,
I think it's super cool.
It is super sick. We of course want to let you guys go and celebrate. So before we let you go, is there anybody you want to shout out? Maybe starting with you, Soul.
Well, first I want to thank Steph. Like, she's been a fantastic partner. I think we gelled like really, really well in the sense that we got together, we pieced everything, and I think the ideas they just kind of like flowed out. It was something that was very agreeable between the two of us, and so later on when she would check in, it was very easy to just do some follow-ups, little tweaks here and there. But I also want to thank my community and my chat and everyone, and on all the different houses that I've been visiting, because I've been doing a lot of that during early access. I think I've seen a little over 400 houses over the past couple of months, and I've seen all sorts of awesome things that help to inspire this build. And so I want to acknowledge them a little bit and say that for all the visits that I've done, there's a little bit of them that went into this build of mine, because this is actually, believe it or not, this is the first house that I've ever really put together.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's super impressive.
Well, then to you, Steph, who do you want to shout out?
Of course. Well, similarly, I was going to start with Soul just because I felt like, you know, like he said, we gelled really well. We communicated really well. I was excited to collaborate with him as well because I'd been a viewer of his for so long. So it was a nice full circle moment. And then I also wanted to shout out my community, Sovereign Steel, my guild, for the support, the love. They kept me pretty chill today. I was a little nervous, I'll be honest. So they've been really supportive through the whole process with inspiration and with support and encouragement. So thank you to the WoW community. Thank you to Soul. Thank you to Sovereign Steel, and thank you judges for choosing us. It's been a thrill.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for talking to us. Enjoy your prizes. I'm sure they'll find their way to you, and enjoy your moment, your celebration. Please, at home, check them out and check out all our other creators as well. Thank you so much for talking to us here today. But before we go, just one more honorable mention, because all of those houses, including that winner house, will be, of course, put up on Zillow, and you can check it out. They are now available, a couple of them already, and we've been taking a look earlier on at some of them that are there. They have, you know, the Silver Moon Chic. There's little blurbs there. They're super charming on the people that built them and what they thought about it, who is it for. There's a couple of friendly neighborhood estate agents as well to show you around and maybe try to sell you some of those houses. So go check out Zillow for Azeroth to see the latest listings in Azeroth now. And don't forget to check back on February 27th to see the 8 teams' homes that will be listed and to get a special in-game item for Zillow. Explore it on zillow.com/Warcraft. And I can't wait, honestly, to go back and look at those houses. They are so cool.
That's sick. So they're getting they can get an in-game item from going to the Zillow.
Yeah. Like
That's
if you go to the website, you
I
get
didn't
an
know that.
in-game decor item.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Well, with that, all that's left to do is thank our judges. Thank you guys so much for coming on there. It's been an absolute pleasure to have all three of you. Thank you, Espen, and thank you at home for watching, enjoying the show.
And thank you, Makes.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we'll stay in touch. Midnight Early Access coming to you in 2 days, so get on that. I'm sure we're all equally excited for it. Yeah, that's 4, but you'll get there, Espen. We can teach you basic math. That's fine. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Bye, everybody.